never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Is it that time again? Yep, sure enough, look there. Hey, we made it through Hump Day, and that means we'll be tearing another page off as we'll work our way to the 15th day of July. How about that? Hey, we start working our way down the backside of another work week. Second half of the week officially underway. So we can almost see the weekend on the horizon there. And it's going to be another action-packed weekend. Josh will be hitting the road here probably in, Kyle this weekend. Kyle's going to be hitting the road. Racing action, we got, several back-to-back weekends. A lot of action coming up for the Hot Shot Secret Racers and Tractor Poolers. Get you the NTPA update coming up here a little bit later on this morning. Start things off with a look at our travelers' weather tonight. All right, for several consecutive nights, we've been advising, forecasters been talking about the potential for some strong storms and possibly even tornadoes to come together. Parts of the upper Midwest, and that has indeed been the case going back to firing up during the afternoon hours. We've seen numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and even tornado warnings here, even in the last several hours. The latest warning just expired here at the top of the hour. Right now, the area is over in eastern portions of Iowa, east central Iowa, as this strong line of storms pushes through. The action is going to begin pushing into northwestern portions of Illinois, but we've got torrential rains, again, severe thunderstorm, straight line winds, stretching from, just east of Des Moines, then on over up into the northwest corner of Illinois. Lots of rain. Southern portions of Wisconsin, you cross the lake, heavy rains up in the Green Bay area. Some of those storms now moving into the northern portions of lower Michigan. That's where the action is tonight as far as severe weather. Again, we do have a tornado watch that remains in effect for that region right there, eastern Iowa, northwest Illinois, southwestern and south central portions of Wisconsin. That will continue for the next several hours. The hope is, as we progress through the overnight hours, the storms will continue to weaken, begin to die down, but definitely going to have to keep an eye on things, especially with the possibility of tornadoes during the overnight hours. Worst time of day for those kind of things to happen. The average person's in bed. Hopefully they've got their smartphones and their weather warning radios activated tonight because they may need to seek shelter. Meanwhile, you saw a quieter day there in the Northeast. After round of heavy rains, torrential afternoon thunderstorms, we've seen a lot of flooding. Parts of Pennsylvania this past week, a lot of incredible flooding there. The same pattern responsible for all that humidity and the relentless downpours, it's probably going to be firing back up. It's going to continue into next week over much of the Northeast. According to forecasters, that means more rounds of dangerous flash flooding and uncomfortable conditions are expected. Now, the wet weather in the Northeast so far in the month of July, it's been the result of a northward bulge in the jet stream out west with the compensating southward dip in the jet stream over the Midwest. Those northward bulges are associated with heat and dryness in the summertime. A southward dip, that's the high-speed river of air that results in cool, wet conditions. And that southward dip in the jet stream in the Midwest has created a kind of a south to southwesterly breeze in the eastern third of the country, which has been loaded with moisture from the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic Ocean, which has been delivering multiple days of high humidity. Yeah, we're talking humidity more typical that you'd see in Florida. Summertime downpours with that humidity and very light steering winds in the atmosphere that not only allowed the showers and thunderstorms that have erupted in the heat of the midday and afternoon hours to reach miles up into the atmosphere, but they've also allowed them to only move at a snail's pace. And that means you get copious amounts of rain as a result. June, rainfall in Boston was about 70% of average. They picked up a little over 2.5 inches of rain. It rained like 9 days out of 30 days in the month. It's about average. However, it has rained every day the first 13 days of July in Beantown, with nearly 9 inches of rain, resulting in a departure of like 7 times what they would normally see. It's been a similar story there in New York City. A June rainfall of about 60% of average. You've already received 8.5 inches of rain as of July 13th. Typically, you'd see like a little less than 2 inches. Parts of the Philadelphia area also receiving excessive rain this month. That rain was boosted significantly late Monday afternoon, as I mentioned earlier this week, when they picked anywhere from 5 to 10 inches of rain in the northeastern suburbs of Philadelphia. Philadelphia International Airport has already received 4.3 inches of rain through the 13th. Rainfall a little less extreme further south along the I-95 corridor, but many areas over the central Appalachians, eastern portions of the Great Lakes, you've had more rainy days than you've had dry days. All right, in some cases, from Pennsylvania and northern New Jersey to parts of upstate New York and even central New England, a mere 1 to 2 inches of rain in an hour's time is going to be enough to trigger rapid runoff, flooding of yards and low-lying areas. By Monday the 19th, next Monday, many areas in that region are going to pick up another 0.5 to 1 inch of rain. Some locations may see another 2 to 4 inches of rain, and even the potential for higher amounts in a couple of areas. Now, even though the Mid-Atlantic I-95 corridor and much of New England got a break from the downpours on Tuesday, there is a disturbance forecast to push eastward that's going to renew the drenching, gusty thunderstorms all the way over to the Appalachians, parts of the Atlantic coast, as we head into tonight, Wednesday night, into Thursday morning. The saturated soil may allow trees to come down more easily with moderate winds. So be prepared for some travel disruptions. There's some good news in the short term for those that are not only sick of the daily downpours and the high humidity. Yeah, in the wake of the disturbance, you're going to see many areas will get a shot of cooler temperatures and maybe less rainfall later on Thursday. But it's going to be a short-lived break as the next jet stream dip reloads on Friday. Showers and thunderstorms may begin to kind of repopulate over the eastern Great Lakes, the central Appalachians, and the storms may hold off on the I-95 zone and the beaches Friday. Thursday and Friday probably going to be still hot and humid. Now, what are we talking about? Highs Friday near 90 in Boston and New York City, mid-90s in Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington, D.C. Now, it's possible enough dry air may filter in from Canada to bring the humidity levels and maybe turn off the downpours over parts of the eastern Great Lakes and northwestern New England as we roll through the second half of the weekend. Many areas in the mid-Atlantic have seen dew points in the mid-70s this week. And that's the air just being saturated. The higher the number, the more humid the air is, the slower your perspiration evaporates from the skin and your clothing. Typical dew points this time of year would be middle 60s to lower 70s. Anything above that is considered to be very humid, even for midsummer standards there in the Northeast. All right, the forecast for next week is still kind of coming together. There's several scenarios in play. In one scenario, the southward dip in the jet stream may push into the Atlantic coast. In that case, temperatures may further ease downward in the Northeast. A weak push of drier, less humid air. There's another scenario, though, where the southward dip in the jet stream may stall over the Midwest. That would allow that south to southwest flow of moisture and high humidity, the showers and storms, to actually continue in the Northeast. One thing's for certain, during the mid-months to the middle of July, weather systems generally don't move along very quickly. And big blasts of cool air and low humidity are rather rare, especially over the eastern seaboard. You've got the intense sunshine that tends to override any cool starts to the day, and you end up with those sweltering afternoon temperatures. So it looks like the pattern's going to continue. It's pretty much high and dry tonight. I mean, you did have some showers and storms move through the Northeast this past afternoon. We'll have to kind of keep an eye on the system that's bringing the rains to Michigan, to parts of Wisconsin and Iowa. If that maybe holds together, you could see some of that progression as we head through the overnight hours, but later in the day should calm down. Meanwhile, where we're getting areas of excessive rainfall, it's a totally different scenario out west, obviously. Yeah, we've been hearing a little bit about wildfire conditions, but it has really ramped up. Torrid conditions fueling dozens of wildfires across the western U.S., filling the sky with toxic smoke, leading to a number of evacuations, burned structures. Yeah, forecasters say Mother Nature is going to be of no assistance to the fire crews there. The National Interagency Fire Center reports there are right now 68 active large fires. Vast majority of those are raging out west, while Idaho, Arizona, Montana have the most active wildfires per state as of Wednesday morning. Two of the largest fires in terms of acreage are charring land there in northeastern California and southern Oregon. You've got the Beckworth Complex and the Bootleg Fire, respectively. Both of these has prompted the evacuation of thousands of residents and destroyed dozens of homes and buildings, according to the Associated Press. This past evening, Wednesday evening, the National Interagency Fire Center raised what they call the national preparedness level to 5 due to high fire activity across the U.S. and the resources that are committed to large fires. This is the earliest we've seen a move to level 5 in a decade. To make matters worse, the extensive amount of smoke emitted by all these fires is affecting areas well outside the reach of the fires. The impacts are felt many, many miles, even hundreds of miles away from the source. The smoke is being transported downwind far from its origin, creating lots of air quality, hazy skies. The moon was setting over the past hour outside the secret bunker, and it was, I guess, maybe a quarter, maybe a third of the way full, but a bright orange color from all the particulate matter there in the upper atmosphere. Air quality alerts active in Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Colorado with the smoky conditions. The weather across these areas is being greatly impacted by smoke. It's not going to change much over the next several days. This is going to allow smoke particulate matter to continue to build from eastern Oregon and Washington before floating across Idaho into northern Nevada, Utah. So the air quality levels are very poor. That's the reports coming in across the West as of Wednesday morning. This high concentration of particulate matter, it can irritate your eyes, your lungs, and it can actually worsen some medical conditions. This is a part of the country that really could use a thorough soaking or at least an infiltration of cooler air to help disperse the smoke and assist the fire crews. However, forecasters do not see either of those on the horizon. The atmosphere about the West generally and the Northwest specifically is going to remain tragically dry. No indications for at least the next week that the moisture in the Southwest is going to move northward or that moisture is going to build in from the west. Winds can also play a factor on how these fires that have developed will continue to spread. Strongest winds throughout the week is going to be in the afternoon and early evening hours, which could really hinder any of these containment efforts out there. And of course, the heat only makes things worse for the crews. High temperatures, above average, widespread readings in the 90s, and yes, even triple-digit highs. Can't imagine being out there wearing all that firefighting equipment and outside temperature 100 degrees. Very difficult for the firefighters. So look at some of our travelers' weather as we roll on into the early hours of, again, a Thursday coming up. Hey, there is still tonight actually some monsoon moistures. We've got some of those showers and thunderstorms north of Las Vegas, northern portions of Arizona, seeing a few pockets of heavier rain. Some lighter rain in south-central portions of Utah tonight. There's another area of a few showers and thunderstorms, not prompting anything as far as severe weather, but some rains in northeastern New Mexico, maybe a little rain towards Santa Fe, the northern portions of the Texas Panhandle through the Oklahoma Panhandle, on up into some of these going to be moving into maybe Dodge City, Kansas, and on up into north-central portions of Kansas at this hour. There's actually, I'm just kind of zooming in, there's a few pockets of pretty heavy rain. Clay Center, Kansas, on back toward the east of Osborne, Kansas. So enough rain to definitely slow things down out on the highways there. All right, so let me see. Who all's checking in here on a Thursday morning? Yeah, the restream's down. All right, so I missed all the messages thus far, but sometimes the screen just goes blank. I click over and, well, there it is. It's back up, and I'll get our hellos from this point forward. Good to have you with us around the country. It's 844-844-3388. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, it's 844-844-3388. Get some of our industry headlines coming up here. I said, the Restream's back up and running. So Kyle's with us. Hello, Kyle. Let's roll. Give us a racing update. I'm going to be heading out later today, I guess. Heading on down to Tennessee. Isn't that where the action is this weekend? I know it's in the show notes. I'll pull that up. Heat Wave is with us at the Hacienda tonight till Friday morning. All right. Have a great morning. Stay safe. Have a good day. So he's going to be actually hitting the hay, getting a little sleep tonight, right? Eskimo Mom, hey there, 77 degrees in northern Kentucky. Had a dry day at the home 20. Found out changing a headlight can be 2 trips to AutoZone to get the right bulb and 20 minutes plus to get a simple clip reinstalled. One of those kind of days, huh? Hello to the Drug Runner, checking in from Nashville, Tennessee. Here's to a safe night of driving and keep those phones ringing. Thank you very much, Jay. Good to have you with us. Speaking of which, let's jump up here. Wait a minute. This is your sweet Georgia peach?
Yes, I am. I'm your favorite.
Aha! Sweet Georgia peach.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. And I'm a first-time caller.
Oh, boy. What's going on?
Yeah. Oh, well, first of all, I just want to thank all the truckers that deliver all of our products and all of our everything that we need to survive with. They're awesome. Keep on rolling.
Oh, boy. So you guys still out in the hot tub or what?
Oh, no, we're in the bathtub.
The bathtub.
Literally the bathtub. The swimming pool is awesome. It's so nice.
Yeah. The water. I guess the water's. Well, Wanda left the heater on the other night, I think, and so the water's like a bath, right?
Yeah, it's 91 degrees.
Are you kidding me? Wow.
No, it's awesome.
Oh, for those who've been on some of our cruises, this is my sister Gail that's on the phone, and Like I said, all
Hi, y'all.
all the girls been hanging out in Dalton, Georgia. Y'all went to what? Y'all went to Rock City this past day, did you?
Yes, we did. And we rode the incline.
That was so. How was neighbor Beth? She think that was cool?
She had a blast.
Good.
She's having a blast.
So all the girls spending it's like a little slumber party tonight at Wanda's place, right?
Yeah. That's what we're doing.
So they put you up.
You want to hear from the...
Did they
You want to hear from the Georgia Peaches?
Well, sure, yeah. I'm thinking they put you up to call it because all the rest of them been drinking Long Island iced teas or something.
Well, something like that. All right, they're not going to give you a shout out.
They're not going to give. See, somebody wanted to hear the. Oh, there they are. They're all out in the pool.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
you have a good night.
Thanks for checking in, Gail. Tell the princess I love her.
Okay.
All right. Hi, everybody.
Well, we love you. Good night.
All right. Oh, there you go. The girls having a good time. I think they've got Mama down there tonight. Yeah, they're all at Wanda's place. Neighbor Beth, the princess, Gail's there, Tina's there, and they're all spending the night. A little slumber party for the Georgia Peaches. There you go. All right. Let's see. Looper checking in. We had some massive flash flooding in Niagara Falls, New York today. No warning from Doppler radar whatsoever. Numerous flooded basements, impassable streets. Yeah, gushers coming out of manhole covers. Wow. Hello to Table Scraps. Morning, Steve. I'm on the day shift now. Don't usually get to hear you much at night, but I do catch all the replays. Keep up the great job. When are those diesel races in Tennessee again? I can pull that up for you here. Yeah, because I keep saying we've got it in the show notes. I got to click on that. All the breakdown. All right, here's what's coming up this weekend. This Saturday, the 17th. It's Party at the Villa. Party at the Villa Backwards No Prep. Presented by Hot Shot Secrets. That's at Knoxville Dragway in Knoxville, Tennessee, 160 Raceway Drive. And yes, Kyle will be on site with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth. So I'm guessing he'll probably be heading down on Friday, if that's just a one-day event rather than a Friday, Saturday, or a Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, we're into Thursday morning, so I'm guessing he's at the Home 20 again tonight. And he'll be down there. He's pretty excited about this with the no prep, starting the race at what would normally be the end of the strip. So you really, truly have a track that is no prep, no sticky, no rubber laid down like you would typically find on a normal weekend. Let's see, then Josh is back out the following weekend with the NTPA 42nd Annual Lions Super Pool of the South, Lions Motorsports Park in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Again, Josh will be on location with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth there. So back-to-back weekends. Then it's back to the straight line racing Tuesday through Saturday. Big, like a 4 or 5 day event. That's going to be a big one. The Loose Rockers St. Patrick's Top ET 300K in Benson, North Carolina. That's Gallant Motorsports Park. Hot Shot Secret's going to be sponsoring the live feed of all the action there on MotorMania TV. That's free to watch. It's simply motormaniatv.com, or you can check out the MotorMania TV YouTube page to watch all the action there. But yeah, pretty cool. I think that was something that originally was scheduled for St. Patty's Day, had to be postponed and all because of the COVID restrictions and all that. So that'll be July the 27th through the 31st. So yeah, 5-day event. That's probably going to be pretty big. All right, a couple minutes before we'll hit our bottom of the hour news break. It's 844-3388. I'm looking up at the screen here, and Would that actually be her? Always moving? Is it really you?
Yes, it is. It is me.
How the heck you been?
Are you there?
Yes.
Fabulous, fabulous and amazing. And you have no idea how much I have missed hearing you every night, 5 nights a week. I really, everything just kind of fell apart there at the end of last year between the stress of COVID and the election, and then you were gone and the whole thing, and I had to have shoulder surgery. Talk about putting me in a blue mood.
Wow.
So I was so glad that I heard you the other night. I saw where you were going to have your own show again, and wasn't sure how to figure out how to do it because I don't have Facebook. And then I did hear the ad on WLW the other night, and I called. I figured out how to do it and to find you. And that was the night that Big Ed called in. Uh-huh. And I was like, oh my gosh, it was just like a double thrill to hear 2 good voices I hadn't heard in so long. And now tonight with your family, it's amazing how you can connect with someone that I've never met. And it just makes you feel like, good friends from long ago. So I'm glad I got to hear your voice. And last night I listened to the gentleman talking about the election again, and I thought, oh, that's right where we left off. So.
Yep, sure enough. Yep. I mean, for the longest time, little by little, our old friends have been finding us, and several people have asked, have you heard from Always Moving? And no, I don't think she knows where we are. And I knew you listened to 700 because you used to call in on Willie's show every now and again, and I'd hear you there with your real name.
Yep.
But, that little ad running on the overnights, I think it's really doing its job to let some of our old friends know where we are.
And I love Bubba Bo too, but it's not the same. And it's just, the fellow that took on after you, he did a very good job, and then they made him go away. And I'm like, oh my God. You guys are killing me here. And I literally, I tried a couple of times to listen to that other thing that's on there at night, and I just can't do it. I mean, it has nothing. It's not there. It's not at all. It's nothing. And so I have no radio in my car. So I've been listening to a TV show from England that I watch on the cell phone, and it's Obsessive Compulsive Cleaners. I listen to that in the car because I got nothing else to listen to anymore.
Wow.
And when I found this the other night, it was so, to hear your voice, it was just like, oh my God, there he is, there's Steve, yes. It was just fabulous. So thank you very much for doing it, and thank God for the people who put you there. To put you back on the air, and I really blessed it. And and it was really cool too to see you live. Like I was laying there in bed last night, and there you are in your little studio, all green lit up, and it's fascinating to see. So but tell everyone I said hi. Hi, everybody.
Oh, great to hear from you. So I hope you become a regular friend like you used to be. Always Moving.
I sure will. I know where it is now, and I have something fun to listen to. So thank you very much, and best wishes to everybody. Have a wonderful summer.
Great to hear your voice. There you go. Yeah, it's been a long time. We've been here since January the 11th. So, wow, 6 months in, and still friends finding us once again. That's great to hear. All right, we'll get our news break in here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration says it will begin evacuating Afghans who aided U.S. forces in that country at the end of the month. It's unclear how many people the program, called Operation Allies Refuge, will be able to relocate to safe countries. There has been a push in recent weeks to get Afghans who worked with the U.S. out of the country as troops are being pulled out. Many have said they fear for their lives as the Taliban has made considerable gains in regaining territory in the country. And a group of moderate Democrats have sent a letter to the Speaker of the House and the Senate Majority Leader calling for the formation of a 9/11-style commission to investigate the origins of COVID-19. The letter from the leaders of the Blue Dog Coalition encourages legislation that would create a panel to investigate the origins of the virus, as well as the U.S.'s preparedness for a pandemic. There's thus far been little interest from House leadership in investigating the pandemic. This is USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. That's the number to call. Lines available. What's on your mind as we roll into the Thursday, 15th day of July coming on? Eskimo Mom says, hey, Rock City and the Incline, that's always fun to see and ride. Yeah, I've been to Rock City many times, having lived there in Northwest Georgia. We used to get free tickets. Worked at a radio station there in Dalton, and on a regular basis, giving away tickets to Rock City. It's a fun time. I used to like to go to Ruby Falls as well. Gail tells me that they've kind of changed. That way back when, you could go all the way back to the cave, all the way to the waterfall, and they would turn off all the lights, and you could just hear the sound of the water falling. And I don't know, I guess for safety issues, or maybe people were slipping and falling on the moisture back there where the waterfall was. She said they don't let you go back that far anymore, so you don't really get to see as much. So they opted for Rock City rather than Ruby Falls on this trip. Hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Albuquerque, New Mexico, 71 degrees, high humidity. Got my delivery off, then found a hotel close to do my 34-hour restart. I was listening to the rest of the show on the podcast, and the subject came up again about the appearance of fraud in several states for the presidential election. Steve, I think that a lot of people are not focused on another problem that could have resulted from the fraud. What about the down-ballot Republican candidates in many of those races? Especially the Senate race there in Georgia. It would seem logical that if a fraudulent ballot was cast for Joe Biden, it would also be a fraudulent vote for any Democrat running against a Republican. If that was the case, then it caused the loss of 2 incredible Senate seats, which is why we're in the mess we're currently experiencing in the Senate with a 50-50 split. Had this not happened, we'd have the majority in the Senate and probably would have gained more seats in the Congress, and the puppet and his masters wouldn't be able to push this left-wing agenda down our throats, spending trillions of our dollars. Just my thoughts. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Absolutely, Buckeye Boy. That's what many of us are thinking. That's what happened with the whole, the 2 Senate races there. Let's see. Who else checking in? Tony said, hey, hello to Always Moving. It's about time you found us. All right. Let's see. Tom says, I just found you today, Steve. Long-time listener. It's awesome to hear you again. Keep up the great work. All right. Let's see. Heatwave hadn't gone to bed just yet. He said, just heard Always Moving. It's so great to hear from you. Danny, awesome. So glad Always Moving found the show. Love hearing her voice and her input. Yeah, through the whole COVID pandemic, she was a great caller, giving us the latest information, what's going on, some of the behind-the-scenes stuff there. So, all right, with that, again, it's 844-844-3388. Well, for many drivers out there, I know, for your own personal protection, many are carrying firearms in their trucks. There's no federal regulation against that. The problems arise when you cross varying state lines, and the rules differ from state to state. That's always been the issue. For years, there have been attempts to make a national reciprocity kind of rule that would be great for truck drivers out there. And Lord knows, in this day and age, you never know when you're going to need to protect yourself. Here's a scenario. Weapons charges against a truck driver arrested in Michigan last year. They've been reduced due to confusion over variations in gun laws state to state. Gary Brown is from Texas. He was arrested back in September following a routine traffic stop by Michigan State Police. During the traffic stop, it was revealed that Brown was in possession of concealed firearms in his truck, something that is legal in his home state of Texas, but illegal in Michigan, where he was pulled over. After his arrest, he was initially charged with 3 counts of carrying a concealed weapon, which is a felony. After review of the case, Brown was able to instead plead guilty to 2 misdemeanor charges: attempting to possess a loaded firearm in a vehicle and failure to present a non-residential permit to carry a concealed weapon. Brown says, "I didn't realize I was breaking any laws here, so I was surprised when I actually got pulled over and arrested." Now, despite the reduced charges, Brown was still ordered to pay $325 in fines, costs, and other court fees, as well as the forfeiture of his weapons and ammunitions worth about $4,000. A ruling that Brown's attorney did not agree with, but that's what the judge said. His attorney said, "Listen, this man lives and makes his living in his truck. Everything he owns is in that truck. He needs something to defend himself." I don't know whether you're aware of it or not, but during the last 18 months or so, with all this unrest in this country, there have been at least 30 truck drivers killed. You can understand why he wants something to defend himself with. The judge says she's going to keep Brown's probation file open for the next 6 months or until the money she ordered due has been paid and the guns and ammo are forfeited. Got to know the rules from state to state, but I know most of the company operations out there have prohibitions on their drivers carrying a weapon in their truck, but rules be damned, many drivers, regardless of that, are carrying anyway. What's the old saying? Better to be judged by 6 than carried by, judged by 12 versus carried by 6, that whole thing. And I understand that message 100%. Crazy Ray says, "How in the hell is that all constitutional?" Yeah, it varies from state to state. Let's see. Tony says, "I visited Ruby Falls in the late 1980s. Yeah, every sign we'd pass on the interstate, my 7-year-old would read it out loud. 'Only 12 miles to go, Dad. Only 8 miles. Only 5 miles to go, Dad.' And you get the picture. So I had no choice but to stop. But it ended up being pretty cool for a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing. There you go. About 15 before the hour. Who's next up here? What's going on with Steve this morning? How are we doing tonight?
Hey, Steve. Good morning. How you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah, out here playing truck driver again. Hey, Steve, when we traveled to Yellowstone, we brought our wife and I brought our pistol with us. But, going from Illinois to Montana, Wyoming, I checked out the different states, Iowa, South Dakota, Montana, the states that we were going to be going through, just to make sure that their gun laws were, either open carry or concealed carry. Since we had concealed carry permits, I guess we're okay. But yeah, you do have to check. Like Tennessee has constitutional carry, which you can either, conceal it or open carry. And if you go in Illinois, that's big time trouble. If you don't have a concealed carry card or even a void card, which in Illinois, is one of 3 states you have to have it. But so yeah, you got to check the laws. But Steve, I was watching the first time I've watched Fox News in quite a while tonight before I came to work, and I noticed they have that gentleman on Pete. I think his last name is Hegsmith. He's a U.S. veteran, real good looking guy. He does Fox and Friends in the morning.
Okay.
I think you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I guess he's got his own show now at 6 Eastern on Fox.
Right.
So, Steve, I'm sitting there, and they're talking about this, door-to-door vaccine deal, okay? Lake County, Illinois, where I was formerly from, the Lake County Health Department put out a notice that told these, Steve, they're not, what did they say they were, that the people that were going to be knocking on your door were going to be community leaders or so forth. So, Steve, those people are actually far left activists that are going door to door to people's homes. They're knocking on your door and they're trying to get information about your neighbors. They're going to apartment buildings, asking the building manager. They're trying to get information on the tenants. They're trying to find out who they vote for. They're trying to find out their political affiliations. This hasn't got anything to do with a vaccine, Steve. This door-to-door crap. Okay? It's been looked at. Not only that, the Lake County, Illinois Health Department, who's a bunch of woke leftists, they put out the statement saying, do not pay attention to any sign that says no solicitors because you are not a solicitor. That was the notice they put out to these people. So basically, if you have a sign on your lawn that says no solicitors, they're going to be banging on your door. I guess that's why the governor of Arizona suggested no trespassing signs.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would hold up a little better in court. You know, if something happened and you had a no trespassing sign. Just like if, you have private property out in the middle of nowhere and it's fenced off with no trespassing signs, that means one thing: do not step on this private land.
Mm-hmm.
So constitutionally, what they're doing, Steve, is just totally illegal. And these aren't community leaders. Like I said, these are left-wing activist groups. There's 3 or 4 of them. And here's the kicker, Steve. The Biden administration is paying these people. What they're doing is they're funneling this money into these left-wing groups. They're actually political activist groups. So they're funneling this COVID relief money that was supposed to go to the people, and they're funneling it to them to pay them to go out and do their activism. That's what this is all about. I mean, I was sitting there, I was just blown away by this. And I was not surprised that Lake County, Illinois was one of the counties that is doing this.
Mm-hmm.
It's just shocking.
I mean, be honest. At this point in time, the vaccines have been out. Emergency use authorization for how many months now? Start of the year, and the availability is there for those who want it. I think most of them have got it. I'm seeing reports where there are some who have been hesitant that are now opting to go ahead and get it because they're talking about seeing some surges in the numbers. But for those that don't want to get it, there ain't nobody in the government or in the community that's going to convince them about the safety otherwise. I mean, because they really don't know the answers to the questions.
Exactly right, Steve. And the thing is, it's just a big lie. And, I cannot believe that this Fauci is still on. Every time I hear him on your news break, I just want to throw my damn phone out the window. I mean, just the sound of the man's voice, seeing him on television, it's just unbelievable. It's lie after lie after lie. Just like that speech Biden gave yesterday in Pennsylvania we talked about. He basically, the FBI should be investigating him for an insurrection, for starting an insurrection, Steve. He basically came right out and said it, that the Republicans are trying to steal the black vote. If you're black, we are trying to suppress you. It's about white supremacy, and we're trying to stop black people from voting. That was the lie he told yesterday, Steve.
Yep.
I mean, it's just one lie after another, and that's who's inciting this division in our country. And Steve, one other thing. Did you see the article? I don't know if I sent it to you or not, about Biden's going to invite the UN into the United States to investigate racism?
I see that. You can't make this stuff up. Yeah, I think I printed that one up. That is unbelievable. Yeah, the United Nations. Well, how about we send them into China to investigate human rights violations there? Yeah, the United Nations investigating racism in the United States.
Yep, my point exactly, Steve. I was going to say the exact same thing. Why not send them into Iran, into Afghanistan, into China? Steve, the UN is corrupt, just like the Democratic Party. They are one of the most corrupt organizations. They're totally woke. They're with the Great Reset, with all this world economy that's, they're talking about with China and the currency. I'm sure you read about that.
Yep.
What's going on in the last couple of days. I mean, this is all just, one big lie, Steve. It's one big lie, and Biden's the leader of it. I mean, this guy is the biggest racist of all. There's just no doubt about it. Along with his party. I mean, and then what was that guy, the Homeland Security guy that said, we don't want the Cuban people coming to the United States
right
to escape communism. This guy, Steve, this guy's parents. This is the kicker. This guy's parents escaped Cuba back in the 50s to get away from Castro. And he's telling Cubans who want to escape to America, you can't come here because you might vote Republican.
Yeah,
that's the whole reason behind this.
That's 100%. We don't want Cubans because we know Cubans, most of them are going to end up in Florida, and they're going to vote Republican, and that's not going to support the Democrat voting base. Like Mexico, Guatemala, come on in. Welcome into the United States. But a stern message for Cubans because they don't support communism. They don't want to see this country going down that path, and they're not going to vote for Democrats.
I'll tell you, Steve, listen to Big Moose. I mean, I love the guy. I love his comments. He sounds like a really good guy, but I hope he's wrong about what he's saying about this is the last lap. He's very not very optimistic about what's going on. Because Steve, this is monumental. What's happening right now. I mean, this is, like I said, in our face, and it's going to be monumental for us to stop it. It really is. That's why I hope everybody gets a copy of that book, and I can't wait to. I've just started, digging into it, but I did send you a link to the podcast. I think that'll help you a little bit with a lot of explanation of what's going on. Levin's definitely a true American patriot, and he's trying to save this nation, Steve. But it's going to be monumental. I mean, at times I'm very not very optimistic about our chances. When I listen to some of the stuff that's going on out of this Biden administration, it's just sickening. It really is.
I know you said last evening that either was it Levin or Tucker Carlson or both that we're going to have some info about Georgia that they were going to talk about this past day. Did you catch? I didn't get a chance to see or hear anything about that.
Yeah, I did catch Tucker Carlson, and he had probably about a 15-minute segment on the Georgia, what's going on there, about all the different, irregularities that took place, that we need to know what's going on. He did a pretty good job, Steve, of pointing out about 10 different things on his show last night.
Okay.
That's another guy, Steve. That guy is a true American patriot, and I just hope that he's able to succeed in going after, what happened to him, because what happened to him is totally illegal, and it's happening to us, Steve. They were talking about the SMS message system, like with AT&T and Verizon and so forth, that if they can get in bed with the government, they can actually start monitoring. I think I told you last night, our text messages, Steve, between each other. Any disinformation about the vaccine, about the government, they're going to start censoring this stuff too, which is, again, Steve, I don't know where these Republicans are right now. Like Ted Cruz and Hawley and McCarthy and so forth. They need to start really standing up and taking all these executive orders. These are all unconstitutional. And they need to be challenging every one of these things that Joe Biden is signing without the vote of the American people. It's unconstitutional. And I just can't believe they're not standing up for this. I mean, where are they? It's like they're silent. I just don't get it.
Yeah.
I just don't get it, Steve.
Well, thanks so much for the update this morning, Steve. I appreciate it. And, I'll see if I can dig up more on what Tucker had to say. And he mentioned the text message thing there. I had that printed up as well. This is the kind of stuff you expect to happen in China or Russia or North Korea, yet not in the United States of America. Grump, as a matter of fact, shared a little post this past day with a link to the story. Grump said, "So tell me, Biden voters, is this what you voted for? Our Constitution was specifically written to protect our rights and freedoms as citizens, not by empowering government. In fact, the entire process of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights is to limit the power of government. A vote for a Democrat today is nothing more than a vote for Marxism, greater government control, and the destructive force that is currently dismantling the greatness of a free and sovereign nation. Now, I wish it was just my opinion, but it's the realities that are unfolding today." To which the story itself, the Biden administration is taking more aggressive actions against what they consider to be disinformation from critics on the right. According to Politico, left-wing groups, including the Democratic National Committee, are planning to also engage fact checkers to fight back against dissenting voices. After announcing this door-to-door, try to convince people to get vaccination campaign, there was angry blowback. Biden administrated he was unable to fulfill that goal of 70% of Americans vaccinated by the 4th of July. In response, many on the right accused Biden of tyrannical government overreach. But then here comes Dr. Fauci, replying Sunday, accusing them of misinterpreting Biden's program. The big misinterpretation that Fox News or whomever else is saying is that there's envisioning a bunch of federal workers knocking on your door, telling you got to do something you don't want to do. That's not the case. It's trusted messengers who are part of the community that are going to be knocking on your door, not government officials. So that, I think, is where the disconnect is, says Fauci. White House spokesman Kevin Munoz said the administration is going to be more vocal about calling out critics. What does that mean? Say, hold that thought. We'll come back and finish up on that. Plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Cuban exiles returned to the streets of Miami's Little Havana for the 4th straight day on Wednesday, calling on the U.S. government to support a recent protest movement in Cuba. The Cuban government has restricted internet and cell phone networks in the country, but some videos of violent suppression have emerged. Florida Senator Marco Rubio says he's called on the Biden administration to bring the international community together to bring pressure on the Cuban regime and stop violent retaliation against protesters.
Discuss these abuses, pressure or shame the international community into condemning and isolating that regime, and pressure them to be prepared to take action to prevent a massacre, a bloodbath, not halfway around the world, not in the Middle East, not in another continent, right here, 90 miles from our shores. A horrific bloodbath is what awaits if action is not taken and something like that does not happen.
This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, schools, bail out broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce Silver Eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Allyn Root Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell testified before the House Financial Services Committee on Wednesday, saying that increases in inflation and the Consumer Price Index should only be temporary, while the economy recovers from the pandemic.
Inflation has increased notably and will likely remain elevated in coming months before moderating. Inflation is being temporarily boosted by base effects as the sharp pandemic-related price increases from last spring drop out of the 12-month calculation. In addition, strong demand in sectors where production bottlenecks or other supply constraints have limited production has led to especially rapid price increases for some goods and services, which should partially reverse as the effects of the bottlenecks unwind. Prices for services that were hard hit by the pandemic have also jumped in recent months as demand for these services has surged with the reopening of the economy.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The U.S. is on pace to see more oil and gas drilling on public lands since the Bush administration. Lance Pry has more.
Approvals for companies to drill for oil and gas on U.S. public lands are on pace this year to reach their highest levels since the 2000s. Because vast fossil fuel reserves already are under lease, President Biden's actions did nothing to slow drilling on public lands and waters that account for about a quarter of U.S. oil production. The Interior Department approved about 2,500 permits to drill on public and tribal lands in the first 6 months of the year, with 2,100 drilling approvals since Biden took office, according to government data from the Interior Department. If the recent trends continue, the feds could issue close to 6,000 permits by the end of the year. New Mexico and Wyoming had the largest number of approvals. Montana, Colorado, and Utah had hundreds each. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And a federal judge in New York lifted embattled horse trainer Bob Baffert's suspension in New York, calling it unconstitutional. Baffert had been suspended after his Kentucky Derby winner Medina Spirit failed a post-Derby drug test. Baffert and his horses were suspended for participating in any sanctioned racing by the New York Racing Association. In her ruling, Judge Carol Bagley-Amon wrote that Baffert had not been given a prompt hearing to defend himself against the doping charges, and concluded that Baffert would likely be able to prove that the actions violated the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, let's jump right back into it here. Hour number 2 underway already. Where shall we begin? So many things to cover. Let me jump back to the email here. First of all, so you got an update from Kyle talking about the racing action, and it looks like this weekend was canceled, apparently. Just got word, he said, that the forecast is not cooperating for the reverse track no prep race this weekend, so they've unfortunately canceled Party in the Villa. Presented by Hot Shot Secret at Knoxville Drag Strip. So they're looking at dates in maybe October to reschedule the race. Give you all the info when that becomes available. Although that's been canceled, we do have a huge race coming up in Tennessee here in just a couple weeks. Mark your calendars, Friday and Saturday, July 30th and 31st, wrapping up the month. It'll be the Outlaw Diesel Super Series Rocky Top Diesel Shootout 8 at Crossville Dragway in Crossville, Tennessee. All right. Kyle will be on site with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth. This is the next leg of the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, and it's a big one. Everyone always looks forward to the annual Rocky Top Diesel Shootout at Crossville Dragway. The fastest diesel drag racers in the country will be on the track, including the world's fastest, the Hot Shot Secret Firepunk Diesel S10. It's a 2-day event, fun for the whole family. Friday, you'll see testing and qualifying rounds, leading up to a gas versus diesel shootout under the lights on Friday night. Saturday morning kicks off more final qualifying for the Outlaw Diesel drag racers as eliminations get underway Saturday afternoon. Lots of action to see over both days, and all the racer pits are open to the public so you can meet the drivers and check out their race trucks, and make sure to stop by the Hot Shot Secret booth and say hello. We'll see you at Rocky Top. All right, so cancel this weekend, and look, that's the next big one coming up here. All right, then I had a couple of updates here. One of our friends in law enforcement responding to the story I shared about the driver being arrested in Michigan for carrying a weapon. He says, I blame the cop who arrested him. It's BS. Yeah, man has a permit from another state and no criminal history. I call BS on the cop for actually even arresting him. Just my thoughts. And Mike also responded for the drivers out there. He said, Steve, share the website. It's called usconcealedcarry.com. usconcealedcarry.com. That'll take you to the map, and it's the reciprocity map, as they call it, where if you have a concealed carry permit in one state, it may be recognized in a half dozen others, but not recognized, and it gets very confusing with this whole mismatch from state to state. That's why, really, the national reciprocity concealed carry would be the way to go. All right, thank you for the update there. Lastly, left off about, monitoring and fact-checking your text messages. How's that even possible? If I send a message to Chevy Guy, who all's supposed to see that? I thought it was just Chevy Guy that's supposed to see it. Who's looking at your text messages? All right, Munoz said, quote, we're steadfastly committed to keeping politics out of the effort to get every American vaccinated so we can save lives and help our economy recover. We will see deliberate efforts to spread misinformation. My view that as an impediment to the country's public health, we will not shy away from calling that out. The suggestion is Democrats are going to they're looking at censorship on text messages, which also received immediate blowback via social media. Representative Thomas Massey of Kentucky says, please tell me this is a typo. Former Trump ambassador Richard Grenell says, yikes, dear God. The great war on information continues. Your mind is the prize, says another critic. One of the writers for Politico responded to one critic by pointing out that, well, it was private groups working with the companies, not the White House itself. But even then, there's no ability for groups to read individual texts aside from the ones that they would receive themselves. At least that's the way it was supposed to be. Okay. Big brother everywhere you turn. All right, let me get back to, first of all, let me flip over some of our other friends checking in here real quick like. Let's see. Tom said, yeah, truckers need to have a permit for the whole country to carry a weapon without penalty state to state. That would be the national reciprocity. Like I said, I believe there is a piece of legislation in regard to that right now in committee up there in D.C. For year after year after year, it comes up, and for whatever reason doesn't make any progress, and I don't think it's going anywhere with a Democrat-controlled House and Senate. You can bank on that. Let's see. Norman checking in. My wife just read a book, Years of Darkness, written in the 90s. Yeah, it mentioned the Wuhan virus coming from China. But it was written in the 90s. It's a fictional book. How is it possible? How did he know about the Wuhan lab in the 90s? I think I know the book you're talking about. Fictional book. I mean, what are the odds that something like that could actually happen? All right, Gilligan checking in this morning from Whiteville, Virginia, 66 and dry. Everybody have a safe night out there. Okay, let's get back to the calls here. I mentioned Chevy Guy. There he is. What's happening, Chevy Guy?
Well, they already do it when you post something on Facebook. Automatically, if it's something they don't like, they put you in jail. So it's some kind of a word or something like that. They have the ability to intervene in your communications. So it wouldn't be that much of a stretch with your text messages. And it's not the government doing it. That's what's scary right now. In the old days, it was government hand in hand with the church to do power over the people, and that's how come there's a separation of church and state. Keep the government from using the church to control the people. Well, right now it's tech, and so it wouldn't be hard for them to know what what Steve's saying to Terry and Terry's saying to Steve. So I have been telling my friends, anybody I've talked to, don't get on there and say, oh, if they come and get my guns, I'm going to blow them away. I'm going to burn, I'm sorry. Do you understand that when you do that, they have probably just lit up on somebody, on the, what I just said, lit up on somebody's board. They've got those words, and they have the ability to know what you're saying. And they don't have to do anything about it. They just ring up the government and say, hey, we got a person of interest here. So it's here. I mean, you've got to be intelligent on what you say and not be threatening. Hey, even throw in a couple of compliments to Joe Biden. And hey, just on the news things. No, listen to me. Serious. You got to play this game. Bible says, be as harmless, wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. Hey, Biden did a good thing, and his administration's doing a good thing. Without telling anything and without opening his mouth, because he knows the far end's what matters, they're opening up, they're selling oil leases. They're actually getting our oil, getting our income back up. Now, yeah, he'll end up getting the credit for it, but I think he quickly found out cutting the pipelines and cutting those oil leases put us in a position where now we're buying oil off of Russia. So a good thing, at least somebody in that administration said, well, they can't tout it because it would be credited to, that's Trump's policies. Now, at the end of the year, when the economy a little holds up a little better, he can take credit for it. Okay, that's good. But you understand all this stuff, you gotta use your brain. Don't be constantly tearing down, make sure everything you say is, I believe in the government of the United States, and I believe it needs to be fixed. And it does need to be fixed legally. We don't want to see any American. I mean, I don't have a Democrat enemy. I don't have any enemies in this country. I've been overseas. I know what the enemy looks like. I mean, they would like to kill me just for the uniform I wore. So I know what my enemies look like. I believe we have a lot of misguided young people because they haven't been taught. And things need to be taught. But I'm seeing America waking up. That's why you got parents, hollering at school board officials. You got people that's waking up. But you're seeing right there, like I said, our government actually saying, "Hey, Trump was right," without saying it because they don't want to give the man the credit. So, all right, finally, Marco Rubio. I was scratching my head on that one too. I was listening to him. It was like on a feed, come back about 3 times. I listened to his speech. What I can get at now, Marco Rubio's Republican. So yes, he's for getting freedom in Cuba, and he's for, if you get to America, he's for making them citizenship or sanctuary. But I think his whole point was it's dangerous. We don't want a couple hundred, 1,000 people trying to cross that 90 miles of dangerous waters. It's storm season coming. And we've seen the ingenuity of the Cuban people. I mean, that last one that I remember was that 1947 Mercury limousine on oil cans, and they never just pick them up and bring them in shore. They pick them up and they send them back to Cuba. Now, what I was understanding, they're not sending them back to Cuba, but they're not bringing them here either. And oh, by the way, it makes me mad. The U.S. Coast Guard made me mad because they sank that 1947 Mercury limousine. That's uncalled for.
The ingenuity.
Hey,
well, I guess that's a little better than trying to come across in a bathtub. I mean, some of the strangest things they've tried to do to make that 90-mile trek across the Florida Strait. But all right, Chevy Guy, thank you for checking in. I'm going to get to, let's see, did Dora drop off? I think she did. She wanted to check. Dora was, I think she's one of those that maybe just recently found us once again. Been a long time listener. I'd like to know if Steve's heard from American Eagle. I sure would love to hear the name again. Yes, Dora. Eagle does call in. Typically, once or twice a week we'll hear from him. I think we heard from him earlier this week, a couple nights ago. He may check in tonight. But yes, he's back with us. He's been with us pretty much from the very beginning. When we got things fired back up in January. All right, so when you get a chance, maybe, Dora, you can dial this back up. I'm sorry, I was going to get to your call next, but so we'll move ahead real quick, like a quick 2-minute timeout, back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, I did a real quick refresh on the radar. There's a line of thunderstorms barreling through Davenport, Iowa, pushing on over in northwest Illinois. Yeah, eventually overnight, we're probably going to see some of these rains reaching all the way over to Chicago. Our line of storms is actually extending back further south and west, the line kind of filling in from southeastern Illinois back into the northwestern corner of Missouri. And then you had the rest of that line from the northeast to the southwest corner of Kansas. Again, Dodge City seeing some heavy rains at this hour. Rains pushing toward Salina and Abilene over the next couple of hours. Haven't seen any additional tornado warnings over the last couple of hours, just severe thunderstorm warnings. And most of those are coming up over there in eastern portions of Iowa and northwestern Illinois now, severe thunderstorms. So some strong straight line winds in the mix there. Use caution out there. What else did we have in the mix here? Chevy Guy mentioned, people are getting educated, people are waking up. The younger generation, they're getting educated. Yeah, they're not getting the right education, though. Yeah, they're getting the woke education, is what I would call it. Utah Representative Burgess Owens says young people are graduating from college today with debt and education that doesn't really mean anything, and they are convinced they should hate America. Owens believes hate for America being displayed in many groups, including Black Lives Matter, is misguided. Owens says, let me tell you why you have people like that making those kind of comments. It's because our education system that has our young people leaving college hating our country. Jordan Peterson, a Canadian psychology professor, echoing Owens' point on colleges. Some colleges are enabling the activist disciplines, he says, which have zero credibility. And by enabling the activist disciplines, they're allowing for the distribution of this absolutely nonsensical view that Western society is fundamentally a patriarchal tyranny, which is absurd, coupled with some universities teaching programs with zero academic credibility. They treat students like sacred cash cows, saddling them with debt, which they cannot declare bankruptcy. So what you essentially have is a form of indentured servitude. There's no excuse for that. Because universities want to get students loan money, they treat the students as fragile because the universities don't want them to drop out. Part of the curriculum being taught in colleges today is cultural Marxism. What cultural Marxism is hatred of God, country, education, and the free market. It's built on chaos. It is purposely chaos. If you have people living in fear, they will grasp at any straw they can possibly grasp at, and anyone who promises them some semblance of safety. That's what we're getting out of the colleges. That, by the way, is our future leaders of this country. Hello to the Jolly Green Giant. What's happening?
I got a complaint here, Steve. It just seems like every time I call in, Chevy guy gets first. What is up with that? I like it for one time I call in, I be Chevy guy in there. Come on.
Well, then dial the number a little sooner.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. I heard on the internet, I heard a speech from Biden trying to justify why we want people that don't have an ID to vote. And according to him, they should have a right to vote. I want someone to please explain why in the heck does Biden want people to vote that can't even prove who they are? I mean, are they that desperate to stay in office that they got to be able to do that?
Mm-hmm.
Another thing that I didn't talk about last night because Sex Maniac is right. It seems like every time we call in, it's always, you got a phone reset. So, what is it with these cowards that are not willing to investigate voting fraud? I mean, I don't get it. Why don't doesn't anybody want to know the truth? I mean, I don't understand why there's all this cover up, and then why they were standing there, giving Trump such a hard time, and he wasn't doing anything wrong. Trump was right. It was definitely that the election was stolen from him. And I know Sex Maniac was saying, I thought Sex Maniac was crazy, but I was wrong. And I got to be honest with you, Steve. I don't know about you, but I want to know the truth. I want to know what happened, and I want to know why they allowed this to happen. I mean, we need to get honesty back into the voting booths. That's what we need.
Right.
We need fairness. Otherwise, we're going to end up in a communist government, and I don't understand why anybody wants socialism in the first place. I just don't get it. And, I mean, what else I could say? So, either way, man, that's all I got for you tonight.
All right.
But I just wanted to tell you, I want to thank all the cartoon characters out there that called in. And thank you for keeping me awake at night. I also want to thank you for all the good information you give us, Steve.
All right.
So
Thank you for checking in. I appreciate it. Yeah. Jolly Green Giant. Good to hear from you. It is 844-844-3388. Got an email from Road Rider. Says, does anybody know of an escort company in or around Dayton, Ohio? I need to move a wide load across US 35, and my go-to crew is unable to assist. Any information would be greatly appreciated. Any ideas out there? Yeah, somebody may know somebody. That's what will pass the word on. Give us a call at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Dozens of wildfires continue to burn across the western United States as above-average temperatures and widespread drought conditions continue to fuel the blazes. The largest, the Bootleg Fire in southern Oregon, has burned through more than 212,000 acres in the Fremont-Winema National Forest. Crews have only managed to bring that blaze 5% under containment and warn that the fire could continue to burn until the fall. Red flag warnings remain in effect in eastern Washington, central Oregon, and parts of Idaho and Montana. And Ohio Governor Mike DeWine has signed a bill that would stop public universities and schools in the state from requiring students to receive the COVID vaccine. The law bans institutions from requiring people to get a vaccine that does not have a full approval from the Food and Drug Administration. The 3 COVID vaccines being administered in the U.S. were approved under an emergency use authorization from the FDA. You're listening to USA Radio News.
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-993-1358. 800-993-1358. That's 800-993-1358.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go on a Thursday morning. Good to have you with us. And you can jump on board at 844-844-3388. So you got the Cuban situation. What is the deal with Democrats, for whatever reason, appearing to not want to support the Cubans? Representative Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida introduced a resolution to support the Cuban people in their demands for freedom against the brutal oppression of the communist dictatorship in Cuba. Diaz-Balart, by the way, is a Cuban American, asked the international community to stand behind these protests against the island's regime. Initial co-sponsors for the House resolution include Steve Scalise, Elise Stefanik, Maria Salazar, Carlos Jimenez, Greg Stubbe, Dan Crenshaw, Brian Donalds, Matt Getz, Liz Cheney. Yeah. Is there anything in particular about those names? Every one of them has an R after the name. According to Diaz-Balart's statement, for 62 years, the Cuban people have struggled for freedom and human rights under a brutal, repressive dictatorship. On this day, which also coincides with the anniversary of the tugboat massacre. We also remember the regime's decades of malevolence, including the Brothers to the Rescue shoot-down, the firing squads, the torture, arbitrary arrests, killing, human trafficking, those who fled in makeshift rafts through shark-infested waters, and the many activists who've suffered or perished for simply daring to speak against the regime. The Cuban people will be free, and they will remember those who stood with them. Under the resolution, which is entitled Expressing Solidarity with the Cuban People in Their Demands for Freedom and Respect for Basic Human Rights, the House of Representatives calls for the release of all political prisoners and for the end of acts of repression, arbitrary imprisonments, torture, and other human rights abuses against the Cuban people. Honors the courageous Cuban people for daring to stand up to the Cuban regime and demanding respect for fundamental freedoms, such as freedom of expression and assembly. Goes on to say, recognizes the brave pro-democracy and human rights activists, including independent journalists, artists, labor leaders, and religious leaders who've been persecuted through decades of communist tyranny. Urges other democracies, regional and multilateral organizations to affirm that violence against the unarmed people of Cuba will not be tolerated and that human rights abusers will be held accountable for their crimes. Expresses solidarity with the long-suffering Cuban people in their demands for a genuine democratic transition and calls on the international community to stand with those struggling for freedom in Cuba by condemning repression and expressing unequivocal support for their rights to self-governance, human rights, and basic liberties. Yeah, other Cuban-American lawmakers are calling on the Biden administration to explicitly support the Cuban people in their protests against the regime. Again, yet, is it just me, or why no Democrat support? Not that I'm seeing at this point, anyway. What am I supposed to interpret that to mean? All right, let's get back to the calls here. Is it Roscoe Daddy's escort service?
Yes, Roscoe there. Betty's escort service there. We specialize in heavy, wide, and oversized. So I heard you had a driver out there who's looking for an escort. We might be able to help connect them up there if you want. We got any contact information, or how are we going to exchange this information?
They're looking for a legitimate company to help get them around Dayton, Ohio.
Yeah, we're legitimate. We can get them around there. We charge there by the 15-minute increment there. You got any special requests there of types or sizes of escort you want there? How's that all going to work there? What are you looking for? What do you need?
You're 8 up.
So can we work something out here? You know, we got plenty of them down here. They even come equipped there with a backup beeper. So if they're backing up or something, you don't notice it. They don't want to back into you and squash you there. You know, when they're coming at you backwards there, right?
Yeah, that's Roscoe Daddy's big. What is it? Big Betty's escort service?
No, just Betty there. I think Big Betty, wasn't she a wrestler there or something?
That was maybe I'm confusing the Big Moose. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want, Betty the bush hog there. We don't have anything to do with that there. We're a completely different service there, right? We just specialize there in the heavy, wide, and oversized. And as I say, 15-minute increments there. You know, we can take credit card, we can take ComCheck, we can take the money order, cash. Cash is always good there. You know, cash is king. We like cash there. So even if like Doc Holliday's down there playing the ATM machine there and get some extra cash and wants to connect with us there, we can take care of him there, and maybe we can get him a good luck charm there to come hang out with him there at the poker table. So
I'll get him in contact with you. All right. Yeah. Thanks.
All right, there. Very good.
Thanks for nothing. Anybody recognize that voice? Yeah, right. Let me see here from the email bag. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. In regards to the kids today, Mike says, Steve, this didn't start overnight. We all are guilty of making it easier for the next generation and not teaching them the cost of life. And when they throw a fit, we bow down and give more to make them happy. And now reality hits. It hits them in the face. Yeah, I've seen many work themselves to the bone and make a small fortune. Then kids take over and just piss it all away. Yeah, we made this mess. And with what I've seen, if America gets involved in another World War II troop movement, it's not going to fare well. For us, those dedicated to country, it's pretty much gone. It's a me society. Or what can I get out of somebody kind of society. Yeah, to some extent, you're pretty much right on much of that. We brought up a very spoiled generation, right? Hello to Tater, headed to Davenport, Iowa tonight, enjoying the show. I don't know how close to Davenport are you at this point, Tater. I just mentioned we had, you got some weather you're going to be running into along the way there. And let me kind of scroll back over and we'll zoom back out a little bit. The line is pushed through And moving east of Davenport, but definitely some strong straight line winds. You're eventually going to run into some of that big time rain as I zoom back in. The line is really pretty much right over Davenport right now. Some of these strong storms going to be moving into Rockford, Illinois here in short order. Madison, you've seen the heaviest of the rain. Things should begin clearing out there. Ottumwa, Iowa, line of storms going to be pushing through here, that region momentarily. So really some torrential rains in the mix all along that line. We're seeing enough rain to actually prompt some flood warnings. They're in northeastern Kansas, north central Kansas. Some of the automated gauges say thunderstorms have already produced up to 3 inches of rain, and more where that came from. So another 1 to 3 inches of rain possible in the warned areas. There's several counties. It's like Riley County, Clay County, Cloud County. They're in Kansas. Torrential rains. It's 12 before the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, it's summertime. A lot of people breaking out the sunscreen. Pay attention if you use several different brands of the spray sunscreen, because it has been recalled and they're telling people to don't use it. Johnson & Johnson said they're recalling 5 of their sunscreen products after samples were found to contain low levels of benzene, a chemical that can cause cancer with repeated exposure. The affected products packaged in aerosol cans. So this is the spray sunscreen. Aveeno Protect Plus. Refresh Aerosol Sunscreen. There's 4 Neutrogena sunscreen versions. They've got the Beach Defense Aerosol Sunscreen, the Cool Dry Sport Aerosol Sunscreen, Invisible Daily Defense Aerosol Sunscreen, and Ultra Sheer Aerosol Sunscreen. The recall includes all can sizes and all levels of sun protection, or SPF. These were distributed nationwide. The healthcare giant said the benzene was found after testing by the company and an independent laboratory. They're investigating how the chemical got into the products. Johnson & Johnson said they're working to get all lots of the 5 products removed from store shelves and urged customers to stop using the sunscreens immediately. You can get a refund by calling the Customer Care Center. More information available at the websites for Neutrogena and Aveeno. They make it sound like we're voluntarily recalling them out of an abundance of caution. Statement added people should use an alternate sunscreen to protect themselves from the skin cancer melanoma. Benzene is highly flammable, widely used chemical that's present throughout the environment. It can cause cancer with repeated exposure at high enough levels. It can also damage the immune system and prevent cells from functioning properly, according to the CDC. The chemical's effects vary by whether a person accidentally inhales it or ingests it or gets it on their skin and clothing. Which obviously, if you're spraying it on your skin, symptoms range from dizziness and irregular heartbeat to convulsions, and at high enough levels, it can kill you. So the announcement from Johnson & Johnson this past day passed the information along. It's about 6 before the hour. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, what a good show you've had this morning. Great to hear from Always Moving. I hope she keeps calling back. I always liked her hearing her perspective on what's going on in the world out there. She always seems to be pretty solidly footed there to look at what's going on out there.
You know who we haven't heard from in a while? We heard, early on Rhonda had called in several times. I think she got sick for a while, but we haven't heard from Rhonda, and we haven't heard from Baby Bear in quite a while.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about Rhonda there. Anyways, there a while back there, I told you I knew if somebody was listening that wouldn't call, and I don't know. I guess I'll let her name out. It was Drummer Girl. Drummer Girl's still out there. She's got you listening on the at least on the podcast there. So if she doesn't get a chance to call there, I don't know her exact schedule, so she might not be out here in the overnights, but she's out there too. So don't think you've lost her.
Okay.
But anyway, I heard who was that? Jolly Green Giant there? You had on a little while back, and he was asking why the other side doesn't want to know the results, the accurate results.
Doesn't want to know the truth of what transpired.
They already know. They already know. They know what happened. They know the results. They know why it came out the way it did. They don't want it to come out for the rest of the world to find out what they did is what it is. It's not that they don't want to know. They do know. They're very aware of what happened. So yeah, don't think that they don't know or don't want to know. So and as far as the colleges go, I thought all these college students were all set up that their student loans were all supposed to be waived and covered, and they weren't going to have to pay them back. Isn't that what's supposed to be going on now?
My understanding was, I don't know, was that part of like the COVID relief package, the big package that was? Yeah, because they're
all supposed to hurry at this point. There's a rush. There's a deadline to get signed up to make sure you get your student loans all paid back for free. And then they got this money coming out now for the kids. Is Steve and Lauren going to be able to sign up for what, $700 a month? I believe it is. Isn't it $350 a child? And Beth, she should be able to get $350 a month for rowing there.
That's
you're gonna.
I believe.
Got all signed up for that. Free money, right?
I think that first deposit or whatever's supposed to be coming out this Friday, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely, yeah. It's free. We're going to give everything away. Don't worry. We'll just write a check to the federal treasury, and they can print more money for us when we need more. We'll just write a check.
You remember our friend AJ that I grew up with my kids and whatnot. He's got, I think he's got 6 kids right now, right?
I remember.
He's gonna. What kind of deposits he gonna start getting every month?
Hey, he ought to be able to just stay at home, be a work at home dad, and have a work at home mom, and just have the government send all them checks every month. But anyways, speaking from the beginning of the show, there it was great to have the Georgia Peaches on. I kind of closed my eyes and listening to the Gale there, and it felt like I was back on the ship, and things started rocking a little bit and swaying, and then I realized I should open my eyes up because the right side of the truck was going off the road, but it felt like I was back on the ship there for a little bit.
Yeah.
But that was good. That was good to hear. So I think everybody's right. I think we need to do a cruise, but I saw a deal there on the news last night about the traveling out of the country. Now you're good with your vaccine, and some are going to want a passport, see your vaccine passport, and some don't care if you show it or not. But I guess they're all requiring you to get a COVID test. You can't go anywhere without getting a COVID test. So why did I get the vaccination if I have to be tested all the time?
Well, because being vaccinated does not prevent you from getting COVID. It just prevents you from getting deathly ill. That's the plan.
Oh, so now every time I want to travel, I got to pay an extra $250. Oh, wait a minute, make that $500 because you're going to have to pay $250 to get out of the country, and then you're going to have to pay $250 to get in. Now, what happens if on my way to the airport, I get around somebody that has COVID and they give it to me, and I test at the airport, do the rapid test there, the 12-hour or whatever, or immediate or whatever type of test they have for $250, and they say, you're negative, go ahead and get on the plane. I get on the plane, I go somewhere, and then 2 days later, because I was exposed to somebody in a taxi cab on my way to the airport, I come down and get sick.
Mm-hmm.
Or better yet, because I had the vaccination, I'm asymptomatic and I don't get sick, but now I'm walking around wherever spreading everything. So what good is their test other than to charge me $250? I'm just asking. Questions from a truck driver just has too much time to think, right?
Yeah, right, yeah.
But I don't know, Your Honor. I don't know where this is all going to. It's all not going good. So I think as long as Biden's handed money out, I think they can test all the illegal aliens coming across the border. They pick up all those illegal aliens, and the federal government pays to test all them, COVID test them. Shouldn't they COVID test the American people for free before they test the illegal aliens? I don't know. Just a thought. But
I don't know. Are they actually
talk about?
Are they actually charging to test now? Because
yes, sir.
I thought
yes,
they were.
If you go to get out of the country, I got a sister-in-law that's got a grandfather down in Brazil that's deathly ill right now. They just found a tumor in him, so she's like, I got to go yesterday, and she had to find a test. It cost $250 to get a test, so she could get a plane ticket to Brazil.
Wow, I didn't realize they were charging for the test. I thought those were still free, but. Hey, I'm up against my news break. Top of the hour has arrived. We'll return with more after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Dozens of wildfires continue to burn across the western United States as above-average temperatures and widespread drought conditions continue to fuel the blazes. The largest, the Bootleg Fire in southern Oregon, has burned through more than 212,000 acres in the Fremont-Winema National Forest. Crews have only managed to bring that blaze 5% under containment and warn that the fire could continue to burn until the fall. Red flag warnings remain in effect in eastern Washington, central Oregon, and parts of Idaho and Montana. And Ohio Governor Mike DeWine has signed a bill that would stop public universities and schools in the state from requiring students to receive the COVID vaccine. The law bans institutions from requiring people to get a vaccine that does not have a full approval from the Food and Drug Administration. The 3 COVID vaccines being administered in the U.S. were approved under an emergency use authorization from the FDA. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell testified before the House Financial Services Committee on Wednesday, saying that increases in inflation and the Consumer Price Index should only be temporary, while the economy recovers from the pandemic.
Inflation has increased notably and will likely remain elevated in coming months before moderating. Inflation is being temporarily boosted by base effects as the sharp pandemic-related price increases from last spring drop out of the 12-month calculation. In addition, strong demand in sectors where production bottlenecks or other supply constraints have limited production has led to especially rapid price increases for some goods and services, which should partially reverse as the effects of the bottlenecks unwind. Prices for services that were hard hit by the pandemic have also jumped in recent months as demand for these services has surged with the reopening of the economy.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's MyPillow, my slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. MyPillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
Social media services in Cuba appear to continue to be blocked following large-scale protests over the weekend in the island nation. UK-based internet traffic observer NetBlocks says the Cuban government has blocked access to Facebook, Instagram, Telegram, and WhatsApp after the sites were used to organize Sunday's unrest. Demonstrations of support have been held in Miami, with many officials on both sides of the political aisle calling on the White House to further support the protests and the Cuban people. Louisiana Republican Senator John Kennedy tells Fox News that President Biden should be gathering an international coalition to force changes on the island.
And I think we ought to do everything we can to support the people, the good people of Cuba. What I find disgusting is the fact that all President Biden has done is issue a press release. That's it. I don't even know if he read the thing. President Biden needs to be on the telephone. He needs to be calling the leaders of the UK, of Canada, of New Zealand, of Australia, of India, of Japan, of South Korea, of the European Union, and saying, let's issue a joint statement supporting the people of Cuba. Let's talk about additional sanctions on the Castro government. We've got the Castro government down now. The people have. Let's choke them to death. President Biden ought to be using all of the cyber skills that exist in the United States of America to keep that internet open in Cuba so the whole world can watch and the Cuban people can talk to each other and try to reinforce their actions.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, just like that, another hour underway as we roll into a Thursday, time zone to time zone. We got 1 to go. That'd be our friends on the West Coast. Coming up next hour. Into the 15th day of July. All right, back to Road Rider. He was the one asking about an escort company in or around Dayton, Ohio. Now, I mean, obviously I've got his email address. He didn't give me a phone number or anything, but if you have any recommendations, maybe just send me an email and I can forward it back to him. Any suggestions? My email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. And we also had a message from, Sean. Says, anybody going into the Kroger Distribution Center in Salem, Virginia, pack a lunch. Railroad tracks are being worked on, and they're really backed up with trucks right now. They're saying maybe 6 in the morning before opening the road back up. Okay, well, that makes for a long night, right? All right, let's get back to the calls here, and I believe Eileen is next. Good morning, Eileen.
Hey, Steve, I finally found you. I'm the one that lives in Pleasant Ridge.
Yeah.
And, I won't tell you where I was. Well, I took a break from sleeping because, I'm one of these that when I have to get up, I get up. And I'm listening all the time. I knew you weren't there, but I put them on anyway, 700. And I'm like, they did the news, and all of a sudden he's like, if you want to talk to Steve Sommers or whatever, look on YouTube. And so I did, and there you are.
How about that? Yeah, we've,
How about that?
You've got us on YouTube and Facebook, and we've also got the app. If you've got a smartphone, the iPhone or the Android, you can listen on the smartphone.
Okay. I'll look that up.
For that,
but anyway,
if you've got an iPhone, you go to, the Apple iStore or whatever, the App Store.
Oh, yeah.
You type in overnightdriveradio.com and download the free app there.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is the other guy that used to advertise and come on, I'm terrible with names anymore. The brain is totally gone. Not totally, but gone enough. Not the hot shot guy, the other one.
What the answer to the question would be no, because Hot Shot Secret is a full diesel and gas additive oil the oil manufacturer. It's going to be Hot Shot Secret. We're not going to have Valvoline and Pennzoil and Mobile Delvac.
Right, but I was just wondering how the guy was doing anyway, the one that
I have
he
not.
did a lot of the trivia.
I have not talked to Ed since right after I was dismissed. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know he wasn't well for a while, from what I caught.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, no, I was like, okay. When I heard you got kicked off, I saw it in the news or something, and I was like, wow. So, I do have a question, and if you want to beat me off, I guess you will.
Okay.
What's the feeling, but with most people with getting the vaccine?
Boy, yeah. Like everything else in this country, it's mixed. I mean, I'm hesitant about getting it. Many of the listeners that I've spoke to are hesitant. It's maybe 50-50. I know many of our listeners have already got it.
Yeah.
Many have said that they didn't have any reaction. Everything was fine. Some said they got pretty darn sick. One had a caller a couple nights ago said he thought he was going to die after he got the shot. I mean, it's just like everything else. It's mixed reactions.
Yeah. Well, because I got it. I had been told by my oncologist I have cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And I was told by my oncologist not to get it. Found out she did not believe in it at all. She told me it wouldn't work. And I kept thinking maybe other people were saying maybe, it'll work. Just don't take the one. I get an infusion drug for my cancer, not chemo, because it tried to kill me twice. Chemo did. And so I got it and, got the second shot also. And I had no reaction whatsoever. And about 3-4 weeks after I saw my new oncologist, because the old one was leaving the practice I was with, and they did an antibodies test, and as far as I can read it, and I had a friend who's a nurse read it too, and I have no antibodies. So I have to wear my mask everywhere I go if people aren't, if I don't know if people are vaccinated or not. And kind of bummed out by it.
That's weird.
I go to smile at somebody, I'm like,
you actually got the vaccine and you don't have the antibodies?
no, because of a drug I take.
Okay.
I take a drug called Rituxan, and it's a maintenance drug for my cancer. And, so I'm hoping, and this is just my opinion, okay, I'm not talking on anybody else. I hope that people are wearing their masks who are not vaccinated and who have not had COVID, because I'm tired of sitting at home and doing nothing, and so I have started going out to the grocery store, Kroger and places, because, well, not only am I tired of not going, I'm also to the point of I don't have usually $35 worth to get the free Kroger delivery. And so it, not delivery, but I can pick up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's problematic. I don't like to pay $5 when I feel like I can go in and, you know what I'm saying? Get stuff.
Right.
So I would just request people wear a mask, Ben, because I mean, I've been going nuts here at the house. Can't go here, can't go there. And maybe I'm safe, even if I don't have, there are people that won't ever get the COVID. As far as I can tell, they're healthy, but not necessarily healthy. They just don't ever get any diseases.
Yeah, right. You just don't know. Yep.
So I don't know, and I don't want to get yelled at by my family. What? Get in there! So, I mean, I didn't even get to go to church for over a year and a half. And I got to watch it, but, I'm Catholic, and I missed the Eucharist and all that stuff, and it's been tough. So, but, no, I got it, and I'm also getting a little tired of the people on the channel I listen to, TV-wise, for news and stuff. They keep saying, and it's not just them, it's the national people saying, oh, if you got the vaccine, you are now covered. And I go, you got to put that asterisk there that says, but remember, in fact, one of the radio or TV stations here interviewed me to talk about me getting the vaccine. And Hamilton County medical people said, just, you should be able to get some antibodies from it. And you might not get much, but you should get some. You might have to get a booster. And that's fine. I don't mind getting the shot, because to be truthful with you, if I die, okay. If I don't, but I don't want to go through the COVID. I hear it's pretty bad. And unfortunately, I've known a couple of people who have died from it, who've had other underlining conditions. And that was the other thing. I didn't get to go to funerals of people, even a person that didn't have it, that died, best friend from work, that I worked with at the IRS, because now I remember how you know me. She died a year ago, Father's Day. And it wasn't from COVID. It ended up being from a blood clot.
Yeah.
Because she was afraid of dying at the hospital alone. And that's how she died.
Wow.
So, yeah, I don't think it's anything to mess with. Now, on the other hand, I will say, I almost laughed out of my chair when I heard how they're going to pay for all this infrastructure stuff, the non-infrastructure that they're calling infrastructure. When they said, "Oh, we're just going to tax the corporations," and I thought, okay, then they're going to leave the country. You're going to leave the country.
They're going to leave the country,
and
then, of course, for those that don't leave the country, they're just going to pass those costs on to us, so we pretty much pay the taxes anyway. Long story short, that's the way it goes. Eileen, I'm so glad you found us once again. Good to have you with us. The message gets out. It is 17 past the hour. Got Baby Bear's on the line. Got you coming up next. Jody, hang in there. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I think it was right after the 4th of July, the legislation went to Governor DeWine's desk to legalize consumer fireworks for Ohioans. Yeah, for years and years. Yeah, back in the day, you actually had to sign a form, a little affidavit thing or whatever. You could purchase fireworks in the state of Ohio, but you had to certify you were taking them out of state. It's like within 48 hours or something. I don't know if they still make you sign that form or not. Now, yeah, when I purchased fireworks, we drive right on across the line into Indiana. So you don't have to sign anything there, but he vetoed the bill. He said no. In the veto message, he referenced a 1996 incident in Lawrence County where 9 people died in a fire at a fireworks store. He said the Senate bill didn't require safety measures recommended in the wake of the tragedy while doubling the allowable square footage for fireworks stores, which to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That there are still fireworks stores in Ohio. It's a much further drive for me to go over, to go to, I think there's a big Phantom fireworks store but it's twice as far away as my little John across the Indiana state line. So I know you can buy them here anyway, and if you've got fireworks stores still here, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Then he goes on to say fireworks are a threat to those who don't handle them properly, which, that's also 100% true. Yeah, most of the incidents, like 12 of 18 deaths last year were from misuse of fireworks. Now, I've shared the stories where the consumer fireworks have come a long way. What you can legally purchase, without like a professional license. Some of these mortars. Pappy was talking about the Excaliburs. I mean, those things pack a punch. I think it was 2019 when I was right after the 4th of July. You had some dumbass that laid down in the street and put the mortar tube on his chest and had somebody light the mortar. Like, well, here, hold my beer, watch this. Well, the downforce when that mortar launched, crushed the guy's chest. Heart attack, dead, boom. Pretty much the exact same scenario. Some dumbass was holding the mortar tube actually on his head and had somebody light it. The force of the launch broke his neck. Snap. I mean, you play stupid games, it's... So dummies are going to be dummies regardless, but at least, for the time being, it's still technically illegal to light fireworks in the state of Ohio. Ohio will remain one of the few states that do not allow fireworks shot off by non-professionals. Again, current state law allows you to purchase fireworks in the state, but not shoot them in the state. I guess, okay, so what we'll take the tax revenue, is that it? We'll take the revenue that generates from all the fireworks sales, but you can't light them here, technically. What's going on, baby bear?
Not a whole lot. I heard my name.
Your ears were burning, huh?
Oh, I listened about every night. It just, last night I didn't, well, not last night, I guess Monday night, didn't leave Atlanta till noon. Of course, get halfway to Savannah, and my low tire light comes on there, and I'm like, oh my gosh. So I stop at the truck stop. There's a dang screw right in the middle of the tread of the front right. And I'm just like, so I put some air in the tire, and I'm like, all right, God, I got to get to Savannah, because there's no way we are running so late that they're waiting on the nuclear medicine. I mean, they are standing there. They come out when I'm backing in. It's like, trying to grab it from me. And it's like, guys, you got to wait a minute.
Wow.
I can't just shove it in your hands. I got to do what I got to do with it first. But so I got back south of Atlanta this morning to a service center that we used to use, our company used, and I stopped there and got it patched, but it held. I mean, that's probably the stupidest thing I've done in years, riding around with it in the front steer tire,
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, I looked at it and it's like, I don't think it's going anywhere, and I'm just going to slow down and try to drive careful. And then, I didn't get home till probably 10:30 this morning, had to turn around and leave again by 4 to get back on the road for tonight. So another 624 miles in the book. So my week's done. I got 6 miles to the house.
All right.
And I'm over it. But,
okay.
But yeah, what that lady was, questioning the vaccine, I and several of my friends, people I know, we're not getting it. And we just laugh, especially when I talk to, one of my nuclear pharmacists, and we were talking about it. And I said, it kills me on the news. They sit there and say, it covers the new variant. No, it doesn't. That's like saying the flu shot last year is going to cover this next year's flu. I mean, you and I both know it changes every year, depending on the strain of flu.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's no way that the new variant of COVID, there's no way those shots are even going to cover it. Plus the fact, you know, it was approved for emergency use only, not really approved for just widespread use. The FDA never approved it for that. It was emergency use. But yeah, I know so many people, and it's just like, I'm not getting it. I mean, and I don't cut anybody down that gets it.
Bingo.
That's up to you.
Yep.
That's your preference and your personal deal. I would encourage the last caller, go out, wear your mask, go out. I mean, I've gone to the grocery store from day one. I'm like you, I got grandkids, and we go in the grocery store. If they go with me, it's like, here, throw your mask on, guys. You know, I just am careful. We go eat, we go out to Longhorns. Longhorns is really still very good about keeping everybody, you know, kind of distance in the tables. And I mean, I'll live my life. I mean, I still will not touch a gas pump without a glove on. You know, I'm hand sanitizing and spraying alcohol, but it's like, you know, tomorrow I'm taking both the kids to the Train Museum in Kennesaw, which, you know, where the General is, which I know you know about that.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, and we're going to go do some, I mean, we still go do things. We're just careful. And I think, as it should be, I mean, I wouldn't go to a concert.
Right.
But,
yeah.
And anyway, and we've had a lot of news in Georgia lately. I will tell you the little police officer that got killed in Holly Springs. Do you remember that? He pulled someone over, and he wound up getting drug underneath the guy's car.
Yep.
This happened 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got a friend who's a fireman, and the guy that he got pinned. I rode by there. I was on that road last Friday going to a friend's house, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is the guardrail. This is where he got killed. And it is a very narrow 2-lane right there. So apparently he was on the passenger side when he pulled him over and was talking to him, and then he got pinned between the guardrail and the car. But that freaking idiot was still alive. You know, he got shot. They put him in an ambulance, and all the way to the hospital, while he was alive, he was just talking ugly. I mean, ugly. You know, hope the guy dies, hope the police, I'm glad
Wow.
And guy gets to the hospital, and of course he dies. And it's like, I mean, and you know, the friend of mine that's the fireman, paramedic, he's like, yeah, the guy's, you know, I said, I know, it may should just not want to help the guy. He's like, but I said, you know, you have to administer, you know, whatever aid you
Gotta
can
do
to
your
him while he's
job.
alive. Yeah, you got to be professional, do your job. But I mean, it was horrendous. The outpouring, you know, it happened in the county I live in, and the outpouring and the people that lined the streets when they took his body to the cemetery, you know, took him to the cemetery, was unbelievable. I mean, it was just, the support for his wife was just, I mean, it was just unbelievable. So I'm really proud of, you know, of the people that do step up and support, you know, law enforcement, period, you know, because we've got to back them up. I mean, we got to be there for them. We've got to support them. I mean, we've got so many cities that are just like Atlanta. The police department's pretty much falling apart, you know, and attitudes are bad, and, you know, and it's like you can't hire them. I mean, you can't hardly hire them nowadays. But thank God I live in a Republican county, and you know, our sheriff's department is flourishing. They're having really no problems finding anybody. It's just some of these bigger cities with the crime.
Yeah.
And as you know, Atlanta's crime is it's out of control now. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, it's becoming a mini Chicago, in my mind. I mean, there was 2 shot in Buckhead, and we've had, it seems like every day this week, we've had a shooting in broad daylight. And Buckhead is a ritzy part of Atlanta. And it's just crazy that even in affluent parts of town, you're getting the crime in. I mean, it's ridiculous. But anyways, that's my 2 cents or whatever. But
Well,
so your grandkids doing good?
everybody doing well. Yes. Yep. Enjoying their summertime. It's good to hear from you, Baby Bear. Thanks so much for dialing us up. I've got to get to my news break as we roll into the early hours of a Thursday. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Cuban exiles returned to the streets of Miami's Little Havana for the 4th straight day on Wednesday, calling on the U.S. government to support a recent protest movement in Cuba. The Cuban government has restricted internet and cell phone networks in the country, but some videos of violent suppression have emerged. Florida Senator Marco Rubio says he's called on the Biden administration to bring the international community together to bring pressure on the Cuban regime and stop violent retaliation against protesters.
Discuss these abuses, pressure or shame the international community into condemning and isolating that regime, and pressure them to be prepared to take action to prevent a massacre, a bloodbath, not halfway around the world, not in the Middle East, not in another continent, right here, 90 miles from our shores. A horrific bloodbath is what awaits if action is not taken and something like that does not happen.
This is USA Radio News.
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-993-1358. 800-993-1358. That's 800-993-1358.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, we find ourselves in the secret bunker. I guess we lost Jody there during the break. All right, well, if you get a chance, call us back up. Yeah, they're calling it the flight from hell. For passengers on an Allegiant Airlines Flight 161. What was to be a 1-hour flight turned into a 17-hour journey. One passenger, Jade Watt, says it was horrible. And she was flying from Vegas to Stockton, California, I guess, right? The flight was scheduled to arrive at Stockton Metropolitan Airport Monday night at 9:30 in the evening. Yeah, they actually got there Tuesday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So what happened? She said the pilot comes on and says, the control tower is closed. Pilot couldn't get a hold of anybody on the ground in Stockton. And we can't land without a weather report. So the flight headed back to Las Vegas. Pilot comes on again and says, well, there's a thunderstorm in Vegas and zero visibility. And what's worse, they were concerned about fuel, so we had to get to the closest airport. Yeah, where are we going to freaking land? Roughly 175 passengers were dropped off at LAX, eventually allowed to get off the plane. She said we had to go into a holding room, and to make matters worse, there's no restroom in the holding room. Finally, their flight was rescheduled for Tuesday. Passengers were given $250 ticket vouchers and left to fend for themselves. We had to find transportation on our own, had to find our own hotel rooms. Yeah, there were people sleeping in the airport. According to Allegiant Airlines, a visibility sensor that is part of the airport's weather reporting system, which okays planes to land, went out. And the control tower was actually closed, forcing the pilot to keep the plane in the air. Now, she said you never hear of a control tower being closed. I didn't understand why the area is not manned by an actual person. I don't know how many airports you have that sort of a scenario. But I remember the plane crash here. I don't know. It's been a number of years ago. Trying to recall where that. I think it was in Kentucky somewhere, maybe. But it's an airport that had like 2 runways or something, and yeah, that particular night the control tower was closed at that hour, and this plane tried to land on a runway that was not designed to accommodate the plane. Wasn't long enough. That sort of thing. So I know there are times where, some of the smaller airports, right? Some of the little regional, I guess, airports may have the control tower shut down during overnight hours. All right, let's get back to the calls here. And hello, blind man. Good to hear from you.
Hey, Steve. Got 2 topics and a question. Number 1, it's obvious that these Democrats that ran away from Texas, they are voter suppressors. They're suppressing the vote. And if I were the governor, I would hold new elections, special elections, and replace these people that fled to. They're here in D.C. now, and they sing a terrible version of "We Shall Overcome."
Oh boy.
My second topic is the Cuba situation. It's quite obvious that the Biden administration doesn't want the refugees from Cuba to come because they'll most likely vote Republican, but they have no trouble letting the illegals in through Mexico into the U.S. because they'll vote Democrats. So go figure. My question is, I want to know what is going on in Canada. And from time to time, when I heard you on the other station that I could pull in at night, you had a trucker from Toronto, I believe, called in. Boy, I'd love to get a hold of a trucker or somebody who calls your show from Canada, because I want to know what's going on up there.
Talking about the churches burning?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, I'm kind of curious myself. I have that story here. I hadn't touched on it yet, but I mean, there's like 40-something churches that have burned. Yeah, so there's an attack on Christianity sweeping Canada, apparently.
Yeah, well, they don't have our Constitution, so they can get away with it. Oh, by the way, has anyone knocked on your door yet to find out if you got a shot?
I haven't had any visitors yet, no.
I heard yesterday on one of the talk shows they're starting in North Carolina. So, if someone comes knocking on my door, I'm going to say, none of your business. Goodbye.
Yeah. Go pester somebody else.
Exactly.
Yep.
But anyhow, I'm hanging in there. My fiance's in between jobs now. She's been working for various temp jobs, and today she's going to come by and we're going to do a Costco run and get some stuff that should hold me over for a few months. The problem is when you're blind, when you can get someone to take you shopping, you get as much as you can. I don't care if it's called hoarding, but you never know when you're going to get some help down the road.
Sure, yeah. Never know when you're going to go back to the store, right?
Exactly. Because one person called me selfish for buying all this stuff, and I said, well, would you take me shopping? And she didn't have an answer for that. I mean, some of these people, they just mind everybody else's business. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah.
Like that woman telling me that I shouldn't cook the hamburger, and I told her I eat at 3:00. You come over and cook it for me, and that shut her up.
Wow. Why did she not?
I mean, it's just incredible. The Democrats are condescending.
Why did they not want you to cook a hamburger? What was the deal with the hamburger?
The blind get it all the time. And I run into these people from time to time, very condescending. What are you doing out by yourself? Shouldn't somebody take care of you? Blah, 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 blah. Because my father, when I was growing up, he said, you're going to learn to live in a sided world. You're going to work when you're 21, which I did. You're going to be discriminated against. That's happened. You're going to be called names. That's happened. You just have to take it and bear it. And because of that, I think I'm a better person than some of these blind people that I know whose parents overprotected them when they were growing up and can't do a damn thing for themselves.
Well, blind man, it's always good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in, and I've got the rest of the scoop on you. Yeah, I know we do have some listeners in Canada. Yeah, not a whole lot of them at this point, but there's always a few out there. The report is terrorists are attacking and burning down churches across Canada with impunity. It is a reality most Canadians only thought possible in Middle Eastern countries like Syria, where ISIS has bombarded and razed dozens of Christian heritage sites in the name of Islam. Now, after nearly 6 years of liberals calling Canadians racist and fanning the flames of hatred, hate crimes are becoming commonplace against Christians in Canada. Things have got so bad that even our American neighbors are beginning to worry, and rightly so. The counter signal has been keeping a close eye on these terrorist attacks, reporting on the scene just hours after a fire in a refugee church. Our information shows that since June, there have been 45 attacks on Christian and mainly Roman Catholic congregations. Of those, 17 have been literally burnt to the ground, scorched or burnt to a crisp. The fires and vandalism span 6 provinces and the Northwest Territories, some of which have been in the heartland of First Nations territory. Churches serving Indigenous congregations. I can't even pronounce it. First Nations territory in Nova Scotia, even they have not been spared the ire of the far-left terror campaign. In fact, unlike the fake Catholic Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who sympathizes with the terrorist, First Nations elders and former residential school supervisors have been some of the loudest voices calling for an end of the attacks. There's not many places on Siksika that you can point to an area that's not sacred. If anybody feels like they can come onto the Siksika Nation and do any kind of damage or vandalism, they will be under surveillance, according to the chief of Siksika Nation, O'Ray Crowfoot. Earlier this month, he said. So yesterday was the first I'd seen of it. Numerous photos of churches going up in flames. I just, like I said, you see those kind of things. You'd expect that in maybe Middle Eastern countries, but not Canada. Hello, Big Moose.
Hey, bud. Well, it seemed like I read somewhere one time about you'll be persecuted against for my namesake. That ring a bell?
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
Well, I tell you what, it's and here's the problem. People think, oh, well, it's easy to have a bleeding heart when you're sitting there in Mayberry sipping your high-dollar tea and eating your designer ice cream with your Cadillac sitting in the driveway and the white crushed velvet furniture in the living room and looking on some television about some poor, persecuted people in a land far, far away, and these terrorists are just destroying them. And well, that can never happen here, so we'll just not pay attention to it. Well, guess what? It's happening here. It's getting closer to home. You know, Canada's not that far from me. You know, it's coming. But you know what old General George said, and this is what a lot of people forgot too. You know, winning doesn't mean dying for your country. It's making the other poor SOB die for his. You know, That's why you've got to take the fight to them. You can't wait for them to come to you. You know, when you see it on the wall, you've got to go where the problem is. That's the way we've done it successfully for years, you know. But this new generation is going to learn the hard way, because, you know, you can sit up there and preoccupy yourself with all of this Black Lives Matter and all of this gay pride and all of this vaccine garbage and all of this stuff that they want to cloud your mind with. But I'm going to tell you something, when they start kicking down doors and taking properties, you know, it's going to be a whole other story. And then when that happens, God forbid that happens, we're in a world of hurt, buddy. Because I'm telling you what, you know, we went from, you know, when they asked that Japanese emperor why he didn't invade the mainland there when they attacked Pearl Harbor, his response was, because there's a gun behind every blade of grass.
Yes,
he
sir.
knew better. You know what I'm saying?
Sure did.
Now, it ain't going to be that case. There ain't a gun behind every blade of grass now. Now there's some kind of phallical marital aid and a box of some kind of, well, I can't clean it up good enough for radio, so I'll just say I'll leave it to your imagination.
Okay.
So, you know, we've lost a spine, buddy. The testicular fortitude in this country's gone. You know, we went from having Wonder Woman, now we wonder if it's a woman, you know. So, you know, that just shows you where society's going to. Hell in a handbasket. But I listened to Baby Bear there talking about Atlanta down there, and I got to thinking, you know, last time Atlanta got out of hand, one of our local boys up there, old Willie T. Sherman, he went down there with a keg of pine tar and a Zippo and took care of that mess. Maybe that needs to happen again.
As far as I'm concerned, can't happen soon enough, if you ask me.
That's what I'm thinking. But anyway, oh, well, you know, so I think what I'll do, I'll go pour me a big cup of decaf, wash down a handful of lisinopril, and enjoy the rest of the show. So keep it twixt the spotted and the solid, and watch your top knot, and we'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
Yeah, we'll look forward to it. There you go. And back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Let me see here. Steve forwarded I guess this is some of the sales pitch notes for the door-to-door vaccine campaign. the sales pitch script, as it's called. All right, I'm not sure exactly what state is this out of. It's Lake County Health Department and Community Health Center is the heading. Let me see. Helpful hints. If you're nervous, that's okay. We all still get nervous, even if we've done this before. These are helpful hints. If you don't need to have all the answers. If you're unsure of an answer, be honest. Tell the person asking that you're a volunteer and you'll take down their question so a health department staff person can get them the correct answer, or if they prefer to call themselves, they give the toll-free number. We have special hours for seniors every week, Tuesdays and Fridays, noon to 3, Thursdays, 8 to 6. Inform, don't convince. Your job is to equip the person at the door with the information or resources they need to make an informed decision about their health. You're not trying to convince anyone to do something they don't want to do. Review the talking points for the frequently asked questions and feel free to bring it with you to help answer questions. Ignore the no soliciting signs. You are not soliciting. You're offering critical information and resources. What you're doing is not illegal. Knock and then back up. Follow the COVID distancing protocols and speak clearly. If someone's uncomfortable with you being there in person, offer to give them more distance or leave them a flyer. Use your script. This will give you the basics. Once you get comfortable with it, feel free to make it sound more like you, as long as all the key information is there. Make clear up front that the building has let you in and you're from the health department. Leave a flyer, even if they're already vaccinated. They may want to share it with a friend or a neighbor. Do not leave anything in a mailbox. It's illegal if you're not a mail carrier. Attitude of a golden retriever, memory of a goldfish. If someone is angry or rude, don't take it personally. They may just be having a bad day. Brush it off and go to the next store. Report on your work. Be sure to fill out your door-knocking spreadsheet with the counts of those who still needs a vaccine, who is already vaccinated, who needs more information, etc. This is important information that the health department is relying on. And lastly, have fun. This is an amazing thing you're doing. Regardless of how people respond, have confidence that you're making a difference and helping to save lives. So that's the helpful tips. And then the next page, I guess, is the actual script, as they're saying. Before you go, site captain coordinates with the property. A list will be provided to you that will include property managers, community association managers, contact information. Please reach out to them via phone or email to find out about access to the community. Then there's more to the script. We'll have to get back to that, though, because we're up top of the hour. News update time. We'll return after this. Rolling over the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Cuban exiles returned to the streets of Miami's Little Havana for the fourth straight day on Wednesday, calling on the U.S. government to support a recent protest movement in Cuba. The Cuban government has restricted internet and cell phone networks in the country, but some videos of violent suppression have emerged. Florida Senator Marco Rubio says he's called on the Biden administration to bring the international community together to bring pressure on the Cuban regime and stop violent retaliation against protesters.
Discuss these abuses, pressure or shame the international community into condemning and isolating that regime, and pressure them to be prepared to take action to prevent a massacre, a bloodbath, not halfway around the world, not in the Middle East, not in another continent, right here, 90 miles from our shores. A horrific bloodbath is what awaits if action is not taken and something like that does not happen.
This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
COVID cases are up in 47 states week over week, according to new data from Johns Hopkins University. The increase is coming as the highly transmissible Delta variant of the virus now accounts for nearly 60% of all cases in the country. Health officials say that the worst of the outbreaks are coming from areas that have low rates of vaccination. Dr. Payal Patel is an infectious disease physician at the University of Michigan and tells CBS News that while the vaccines are offering good protection against the Delta strain, there are worries for those who remain unvaccinated.
I think the good news is that we are still seeing, for those that are fully vaccinated, have gotten both doses of the vaccine, people are doing pretty well. We're not seeing a lot of cases. We're not seeing a lot of hospitalizations in those people. It's really the people who are still unvaccinated or maybe only got one of the shots, one of the two shots, that are at risk from the Delta variant. And so those are the lessons that we're learning.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's MyPillow, my slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. MyPillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
One senator is leading an effort in Congress to keep a Trump-era border policy designed to slow the spread of COVID-19 from expiring. Tim Berg explains.
Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz is leading a charge in the Senate to maintain a Trump-era policy that allowed for the swift expulsion of illegal immigrants at the border based on the potential threat to public health due to the coronavirus pandemic. In March 2020, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention issued a Title 42 expulsion order to prevent the spread of COVID-19 across the southern border, which the Biden administration has been reportedly considering ending, something Cruz is not a fan of.
Well, we're hearing concerning reports that the Biden administration intends to end enforcement under Title 42. Title 42 is the legal authority that allows you, with illegal immigrants, when they come, to expel them and expel them quickly because of the pandemic. And the Biden administration is making noise. They want to end that. I've introduced legislation this week to maintain the protections of Title 42. Listen, there's still a global pandemic. Many Americans have gotten vaccinated. I've gotten vaccinated. But a lot of the people coming here illegally, they haven't. And as we see new variants of this disease, we've seen the disaster of Joe Biden's open border policy.
Cruz speaking there on Fox and Friends. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, back at it here on a Thursday morning coming on. Hey, you can almost see the weekend from here. Oh yeah, back to I'm looking at the scripts for the door-to-door sales pitch, as they're calling it. All right, they've got one here where you contact, I guess this is for like, maybe nursing homes and whatnot. You got to contact the property manager, that kind of thing. Say, hi, my name's Steve Sommers. I'm a community health ambassador with the Lake County Health Department. How are you today? Good, but busy. What can I do for you? I'd like to come on your property to see if your seniors need any information regarding the COVID vaccine. I'd like to come by this Thursday at 2 o'clock. We don't allow solicitation on our property. I understand, but I'm not selling anything. We want to provide accurate information to the seniors in your community. Our goal is to maximize the vaccine effort so that all of your seniors receive the COVID vaccine when the clinic comes on site. All I want is your seniors protected against COVID, blah, blah, blah. And then it goes on from there. The next script, let me see here. After you enter the building, orient yourself so you systematically proceed from floor to floor, covering each wing. Utilize the tally sheet to keep count of those interested in getting the vaccine, those who refuse, and those with further questions. Please be friendly and approachable in your approach to tenants. Remember, wear a mask, watch your distance, wash and sanitize your hands frequently. So it starts off with the same, hi, I'm Steve Sommers, blah, blah, blah. Ask if you've received the COVID vaccine already. If the answer is yes, excellent. How was your experience? And listen to their answer. You're considered fully vaccinated 2 weeks after your second dose or 2 weeks after the single Johnson & Johnson dose. Are you considered fully vaccinated? If they say yes, thank you for your time. Thanks for being part of the solution. If the answer is no to the first question, we're working to bring vaccinators on site to provide vaccines to you and your neighbors. Are you interested in getting the vaccine here at your facility? Yes? Well, great. I'll mark you down as wanting to get a vaccine. They ask, when will they be coming? That we don't have the answer yet, but your property manager will post that information as soon as it's scheduled. Anything else I can help you with? Yeah, do you know what vaccine I'm going to be getting? Well, that's to be determined, but it'll likely be the Johnson & Johnson. And the senior says, well, I'd rather have the Pfizer. I understand you might have a preference, but some vaccines require specific temperature that makes it hard to transport. Johnson & Johnson is easy to store and transport. And best of all, it requires one single dose. But isn't that one less effective? Yeah, and on it goes. The senior says, well, I hear nothing good about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. I can understand there's a lot of information out there about the different types of vaccines, but Johnson & Johnson is a great option, very effective. The fact that you need only one dose is a real benefit. 2 weeks after vaccination, you're protected, and you're also protecting others. But I read that there's real side effects with the Johnson & Johnson. The side effects are different for each person with each vaccine, but it's important to know that side effects are a sign that your body's working to build up a defense against the virus. Side effects are not nearly as bad as a case of COVID. There are only 3 sources I would trust for vaccine information. At the federal level, that would be the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. At the state and public health level, that would be the Illinois Department of Public Health. And your local health department, Lake County Health Department. So this is Illinois. Then I have more questions. If I get a vaccine, do I still have to wear a mask? Blah, blah, blah. If I had allergic reactions to medications and foods years ago, is the vaccine safe for me? Well, I'd like to talk to someone about the Pfizer vaccine instead. Okay, I can connect you with someone who can answer that. What's the best way for them to contact you, by email or phone? Yeah, blah, blah, blah. So they're getting them all set out to hit the streets. All right, meanwhile, lines available here on a Thursday. It's 844-3388. Yeah, good morning, Philip.
Morning, Steve. How you doing?
I can't complain.
I tell you what, that's about the funniest thing I ever heard in my life. What you just were talking about, that training people.
Yep.
But that's just a typical training, pretty much, that any business does that deals with a large amount of people. I don't know. It's funny. If they come to my door, I'm just going to tell them, I'm like blind man. I'm just going to tell them, have a nice day. I'm done with it. You know, it's none of your business what my medical status is. So I don't care if it's the federal government or not.
This makes it kind of sound like, the nursing homes and in long-term living facilities, people like they haven't had an opportunity to get. My understanding is they've all. Yeah, they were kind of like first in line to get the vaccines. They were going out to the nursing homes, and they were taking people in the nursing home van if they had the big vaccination sites all over the country.
Well, I don't know about you, but this is the way I look at it. I don't really deal with the elderly like that, because if you look at it, Steve, what are most of the scams? Who are most of the scams pulled on today with
the elderly?
With everything, and they go after the elderly because they know that they're in the end of their lifespan, and their mind is not right. I mean, why would you do that? That's crazy. When you were talking about that, the first thing that came to my mind, you were talking about the elderly. I was thinking about Lake County, Florida, because we do have an elderly population over there as well. But you were talking earlier about the airlines, about Allegiance.
Mm-hmm.
We had a pretty good problem with them down here in Florida a few years ago. They had a problem with their airplanes breaking all the time down. So, like, a friend of mine flew out of Rockford, Illinois, and was supposed to fly from Rockford, Illinois to Sanford, Florida. One-way shot, no problem, whatever. The plane had a problem in Jacksonville. They said, no problem, we'll get you off this plane, we'll get you on another airplane. Now, if you knew how far Jacksonville was from Sanford, Florida, it's only about a couple hours. So they got them another airplane. They got on that airplane. That airplane broke before they even pulled out of the gate. And then they ended up putting them on a bus and sending them to Sanford, Florida on a bus. So they rode 2 hours on a bus to Sanford, Florida. And they didn't give them no money back. This is what your options are, deal with it, or, that's it. They didn't do it. But a lot of the big airlines, what a lot of people don't know is that they file a flight plan, and if an airport has a problem, it's in that flight plan. So when the ultimate decision goes, what's going on with that flight, it's up to the crew. The crew makes the final decision on the flight plan. So if they're going to divert to another airport, they make the decision on it. If they're going to go somewhere else or do anything pertaining to that flight, the crew makes the decision. The captain is the guy that makes the final decision on that flight, whether to take it or not. And that's the way it's always been in the airlines. So in my retrospect, as far as that airport goes, the captain on that flight should have made that decision. Hey, we got a problem with this airport. We need to go to an airport we can divert to and land this airplane. They're the ones that are in charge of that flight. So the crew should get the blame on that one, because that's the way it works. So do you understand what I mean there, Steve?
Yeah.
And Allegiant has to stand. They got to back up their crew. And as far as Trudeau goes, and I've talked to many people where I work at every day from Canada, Trudeau changes his mind on a whim. And what Moose described, that person that Moose described sitting in their fancy stuff and drinking their tea and all that stuff, from what I understand from all the people that I've met from Canada, that is Trudeau. Trudeau don't care nothing about nobody. As long as it goes like it's supposed to go, it's great. But from what I understand with this COVID thing, Trudeau has been up and down. He makes decisions in and out every day. And if he's got a terrorism problem, he needs to take care of it. I mean, just like we would have. I mean, you saw what happened with us in 911. Okay? And if it starts out on a small scale and then burning churches down and turns into a large thing and he don't take care of it, then they need to take care of him. So, but Steve, did you hear anything about the collapse down in Miami? Again, any more information? I heard some yesterday.
I haven't heard anything further. No, really. It seems like that's kind of gone, almost like on the back burner.
Well, they found some more bodies yesterday. I believe it's up to like 96 or 97 bodies now. But an interesting thing that I found out yesterday is that they're looking at in legal part of the legal deal right now is they're trying to going to sell the property and pay back the people that live there. And that's in the process already, has already started for that. And they're speculating that they'll get about, just for the property by itself, about $100 million. Now, you think about all the people that lived in that building that, have legal recourse to, get some compensation back for loss of their property. $100 million is not really going to go that far. Do you think so?
No, not at all. I mean, loss of property, loss of life.
Yes. And from what I understand, they had a lot of negligence on their behalf because they said yesterday that they know that pool has been leaking on the garage of the parking garage. They knew that infrastructure was terrible in that building, and they let it go on for a long time and didn't rectify it. So I feel sorry for the guy who owns that place, because $100 million, I mean, even selling just the outright property for $100 million, say you got 100 people that live in that building, that's only $1 million a piece. And there was a lot more than 100 people that lived in that building. And when you're talking about somebody's family passed away, I mean, you got loss of family members, you got loss of their physical property, all kinds of stuff. I mean, that's going to be an ugly court case. I don't know who handles that, but that's going to be a bad one. So, but that's all I got today, Steve. You have a good one, bud. Thank you.
As always, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Let me jump down here real quick, like to Scrapyard, I believe it is. What's going on,
Steve?
Scrapyard?
What's happening, Captain?
Hey there.
Out here on I-40 eastbound out there at Clarksville, Arkansas, approximately mile marker 55. They got the fire out. Trailer caught on fire and burned in two. They got the tractor separated, thank goodness. The hammer lane is open. They're letting folks on through, but very, very slowly, and all that. Lots of fire hoses stretched around and people running around out there, so be careful.
All right, so just calling to give a heads up, right?
Yeah, that anybody passing through, if they round that curve right there, and all of a sudden there's a brake check right in their face.
All right, that could be a bad thing. Yep, happens all the time.
All righty, y'all. Have a good and be careful.
Hey, thank you for chiming in. Good to hear from you. Be safe out there. All right, we get a quick 2-minute timeout. Blind man brought up the whole the Texas scenario. That bizarre thing just is dragging on and on. Day number 3, I guess we're entering day number 4 now. I'll give you the latest on that ahead. Meanwhile, let's see here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There we are. All right, back to Texas. Day number 3 of the Democrats hunkered down in Washington. They're hiding to block tighter voting laws. Republicans back home settled into the new routine that boils down to turning the Democrats' gambit into yet another advantage for the Republicans in 2022. With time and a commanding majority on their side, Texas Republicans, who began the summer with a long to-do list aimed at pushing the state further to the right, suddenly filling their free time by hammering the Democrats as obstructionists. Despite being unable to pass any bills, Republican lawmakers promised to keep coming to work at the Capitol. Democrats, they say, are blocking widely popular measures to lower property taxes and give teachers more money. And they're showing their resolve to eventually pass a new voting bill that includes a raft of changes. Changes that advocates insist will bolster election integrity. And of course, the critics say it's going to depress the minority participation. While these Texas Democrats collect taxpayer money as they ride on private jets to meet with the Washington elite, those who remain in the chamber await their return to begin work on providing our retired teachers a 13th check, protecting our foster kids, providing taxpayer relief. The criticism kind of hinting at how the party is hoping to turn the screws on the Democrats for the weeks to come. Both parties are mindful that the voting debate And the Democrats' walkout is likely it's going to resonate into next year as the parties are battling over the governor's office, dozens of newly drawn state house districts. Yeah, this could backfire right back into their face. In Washington, the Democrats are also settling into a new routine, meeting with members of Congress to press for action on voting rights at the federal level. Coming away with little sign of movement, though. See, the only chance they had on that was H.R. 1 and Senate Bill 1. It didn't happen. Thank goodness. That's what the Democrats want. They want full control of the election process in this country. Mitch McConnell blasting the Texas Democrats from the floor of the Senate this past day, characterizing their flight to D.C. as an effort to snap selfies, bask in the limelight, and beg Senate Democrats to take over the Texas elections. All right? State legislators from Texas decided to grab some beer, hop on a private jet, and flee the state. And what they are pretending is some great moral crusade. All this supposed outrage is completely phony. And, and he's right about that, for one. All right, meanwhile, all right, we've got wide open lines. I took the opportunity there during the quick time out to take care of the phone reset. That's all taken care of, good to go here on a Thursday morning till we wrap things up at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. So again, wide open lines. It's 844-844-3388. All right, back to the scenario in Cuba. Devin Nunes, Representative Nunes, pretty much calling out not only Joe Biden, but the Democrats as a whole. I mentioned earlier where you had the piece of legislation that was introduced to support that apparently none of the Democrats actually signed on to, at least as of showtime. Just Republican support. What gives? The Biden administration, according to Nunes, amid the influence of progressives attached to the democratic socialist movement, is stuck with their weak attempt to call out the Cuban government's silencing of calls for democracy. Where the hell's the Biden administration, he says. The only thing we've heard from them is something about peaceful protests. We've heard rumors about maybe it's COVID, that they're not getting vaccinated. I'm surprised they haven't tried to blame global warming yet. This is the one chance we've had in over 50 years to maybe get a regime change in Cuba. Nunes actually released a book back in November, Countdown to Socialism, where he exposes the dangers of this progressive movement, turning us dangerously toward communism. The Democrats have been in bed with the Castro regime for a long time. That's their problem. They've got themselves stuck, and now they can't get themselves out. The Democratic Party has become a socialist party. So there may be maybe they're a little bit like kindred spirits, you might say. Joe Biden is the wrong man to follow Donald Trump, who had increased the pressure on Cuba, restoring America's strong stance against the communist regime. You'll think back, the Obama-Biden administration did nothing to help this problem. Cuba has been roiled by economic woes, energy shortages, food crisis, and now protests against the government where they chant liberty. Of course, it's libertad, Spanish for liberty, is what they're shouting in the streets. They made it worse, and now they have people living in absolute nightmare there, and they've been there for a long time. Yeah, the whole message from Biden, do not come for the asylum seekers. And to me, that shows their support for the communist regime. They're sure as hell not saying that about the border with Mexico. They're saying the exact opposite about those refugees, the refugee status. He went on to call the Biden administration, go to the United Nations, demand liberation from the oppressed Cuban people, and for the Coast Guard to offer assistance in immigration from communism to the United States. Wouldn't that be nice? Since we're taking refugees from everywhere across the world. Yep. I mean, I don't mean to get a little ticked off here, you said, but it is outrageous what has happened to these people for generations. It's an atrocity. And with that, we're up to a news break. We'll come back to your calls ahead. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Dozens of wildfires continue to burn across the western United States as above-average temperatures and widespread drought conditions continue to fuel the blazes. The largest, the Bootleg Fire in southern Oregon, has burned through more than 212,000 acres in the Fremont-Winema National Forest. Crews have only managed to bring that blaze 5% under containment and warn that the fire could continue to burn until the fall. Red flag warnings remain in effect in eastern Washington, central Oregon, and parts of Idaho and Montana. And Ohio Governor Mike DeWine has signed a bill that would stop public universities and schools in the state from requiring students to receive the COVID vaccine. The law bans institutions from requiring people to get a vaccine that does not have a full approval from the Food and Drug Administration. The 3 COVID vaccines being administered in the U.S. were approved under an emergency use authorization from the FDA. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. That's 800-763-1954.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp
Sharp, aka J Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, let me see here. So our line of showers and thunderstorms continues to now progress. North central Illinois, you've seen some heavy rains. Zoom in a little further. Right now, from Rockford to Ottawa, line of thunderstorms pushing through. Right now, Galesburg, seeing some heavy rains. Still heavy rains from Autumna, Iowa. Looks like Cedar Rapids, most of the heavier rains moving on now off to the east. Further out west, we've been talking this week about some of the monsoon rains in the Four Corners region. A lot of rain tonight there in parts of north central and northwestern Arizona. That's actually prompting, they're seeing enough rains to produce some flash flooding. Now, in this part of the country, it doesn't take a lot of rain. Yeah, whereas in the Midwest, you need 3-4 inches of rain, then you get the flash flooding issues. Out there, half inch to 1 inch of rain, and you've got flooding. And that's what they're looking at. Northwestern Arizona, between a half inch and 1 inch of rain has fallen. Flash flooding is occurring or is expected to begin shortly. Areas including Peach Springs, Valentine, the historic Route 66, and Buck and Doe Road. Yeah, life-threatening flash flooding. It's amazing how it only takes a small amount of rain like that. But some of the areas that are experiencing flash flooding, you got a big canyon, the Diamond Creek campground there. The Grand Canyon Skywalk in Peach Springs. So just be aware. Obviously, a lot of water on the roads. Some of them may be overtaken. Meanwhile, the heavy rains back in that line we were talking about stretching from Iowa down into Kansas. A lot of flood warnings coming in out of Kansas this morning. Yeah, thunderstorms had produced up to 3 inches of rain already, and another 1 to 3 inches of rain possible. Flood warning in I-70 between the 268 and 321 mile markers. Beware of ponding of water on the roadway there, I-70. They got a flash flood warning it's in effect till 6:15 Central Time this morning. That's the latest one they had just issued here about 20 minutes ago. So they're talking Dickinson County, Geary County, Riley County, Pottawatomie County, Clay County, all those in north central and northeastern Kansas. Heavy rains. All right, let's get back to the calls. And hello, Chevy Guy.
Yeah, during the news break, I went in and called Blind Man because I had that great question, why that girl didn't want him to cook hamburgers.
Yeah, he couldn't hear me trying to ask him about that. It was like, I tried a couple times, but he didn't get why didn't she want him to cook a hamburger?
So cool. Well, he's standing there getting ready to buy this hamburger in line, and this woman just out of nowhere, he wasn't talking to her. She goes, "Oh, you know, should you be cooking that hamburger? That's dangerous. Around fire, you'll burn yourself." Well, he's getting ticked, you know. He's pretty well self-sufficient, and she kept on saying this about somebody should take care of you, and he goes, "Well, fine." He handed her the hamburger, and he said, "Fine, dinner's at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Come on over and cook it for me." I said, "Man, I'd have milked that like you." I said, "Was that before Miss Amy?" And he goes, "Yeah, it was before Amy." I said, "Man, I'd have milked that." He said, I didn't like the sound of her voice. And there's another light switch. That's why I enjoyed talking to this man. He lives in a completely different world.
Yeah.
You see, we'd have turned around and we'd have been unattached. You know, to us, it's the face, it's the hair, the shape of the hip. You know, with him, it's what he can understand about a female, and that was her voice so that's either attractive or unattractive to him. So I love, them little conversations. You get a light switch turned on in your head saying, well, that's what it's like to live in his world. So, but that's all that was, is the woman thought he was incapable of cooking his own hamburger.
Okay.
So that was because I imagine you and the rest of us were sort of, well, why didn't he want to cook? She didn't want him to cook hamburger. That was good.
I was thinking I thought she might have been a vegan or something, trying to tell me you shouldn't be. That's a cow. You shouldn't be doing that.
Oh, yeah. I got a funny feeling she'd have got the same result. He's living in now, and he did mention something, and he said, because he's upset because he's blind people that don't take care of themselves. And listen, and then at the same time, he was saying he has to wait for somebody to take him to Costco. Okay, there are limits to his life, and he does need people, and he'll ask for that help. But listen, that man has lived up there for 50 years. He can get down the street to the buses. He can get on this bus, go to this doctor, change over this bus, go to the library, change over, go to the store, get a haircut. He can operate on his bus system because he knows it. He remembers it. He gets around fine. So he's independent as you can possibly get in his situation. He told me there's 2 things he's got to watch out for now. The electric cars, you can't hear them crossing the road, and he doesn't want to go walking around with that little white cane either. So he's got to watch out. Well, there's 3 things. Right there on the crosswalks, if you notice on a lot of crosswalks, there's a yellow spot right there on the crosswalk, and there's like bumps all right there. That's for the blind people to know that's where you're crossing into the street. He's got to watch out for that. And then oh shoot, well, never mind. It slipped my brain. But snow. He said, well, when the snow comes and he doesn't know where there's no identification. He can't tell if he's on the sidewalk or not. That's where he becomes helpless. But the man it's like this. Don't ask to help him, but he'll ask for help when he needs it. So he's a treasure chest to find out what it's like to live in somebody else's world. I told him the closest thing I've done is put a blindfold on, and it's not the same because I know I'm going to be able to take that blindfold off or walk around the room in pitch black.
Yep.
Just see if I can get around the room, what it's like to be like that.
Yep.
But in your brain, all you got to do is flip that light switch on. In his world, that light switch ain't going to bring light to you, and you can't pull that blindfold off. So what a great treasure to the show and great treasure to have him in. And he absolutely is going crazy to have all these truckers friends. So other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show.
Yeah, I've done that a time or two myself. Close your eyes and try to make your way around the room or whatever. Yeah, hell, even if there's no lights on in the house in the middle of the night, I can barely find my way around the room. I mean, where I live, you know where everything's at. You're stumbling around trying to find your way from here to there. It's amazing to me how they're able to do as much as they can do. I remember Judy Rickey, Hollywood's wife. There was many years ago. We were at the truck show in Dallas, and I think we were buying a copy of her CD. And I believe I gave her a $20 bill. And, she blind, totally blind. She gets in her purse, she gets her wallet out, and she's going through to get me change. And I'm thinking, how in the hell do you know if that's a 5 or a 10 or what? How do you know what you've got? And if memory serves, I think it's the way she would fold the money. That this would be folded in one particular way, a 10 would be folded this particular way. So she knew by the feel of what was in her wallet. I think she was trying to get me $5 back for the $20, for the $15 CD, whatever it was, but it was amazing. I mean, all right, so it looks like there may be a little bit of an issue with the Democrats' $3.5 trillion spending bill in one Joe Manchin of West Virginia once again. He could be the stumbling block to passage of the plan. He was the rarity among Democrats this week, voicing caution about this massive megabuck spending plan. Democrats are larding their hodgepodge proposal with a collection of far left priorities. For example, Democrat Representative Pramila Jayapal of Washington said it's going to fund a pathway to citizenship for millions of illegal immigrants. That pathway to citizenship, should we change that term to a pathway to voter for the Democrat Party? Because that's what they're looking at. That's what this is about. And due to the $3.5 trillion behemoth being classified as a budget bill, Democrats not the least bit interested in any Republican support. Using the same tactic they used to get the coronavirus relief bill in the spring. They want to get all 50 Democrats in line, and when the 50 Republicans line up against the bill, as they have vowed to do, Democrats will trot out Kamala Harris to break the tie. But that requires Manchin to support the plan. That's not a given, they're saying at this point. Manchin says, I'm open to looking at everything they provide. Yeah, we'll listen to what the president has to say. Supposedly they got together for a closed-door luncheon yesterday. We'll look at the proposal, look at the priorities they have, and then basically look at how we're gonna pay for it. As one Post reporter quoted him as saying, we have to pay for all of this stuff. His concern for the national debt. Remarks he made earlier this week. I think we've incurred over $28.5 trillion of debt. I'd like to start paying for it. I think everything should be paid for now. We've put enough free money out there. How much debt can y'all handle? Yeah, speaking of the multi-billion-dollar infrastructure bill that's being considered. Yeah, the Senate plan to jam green energy down our throats. That's kind of a stick in his craw, he says. I know they have this so-called climate portion in here, and I am concerned about that because if they're eliminating fossil fuels, and I'm finding out there's a lot of language in places here that they're eliminating fossils, this is very disturbing. Because if you're sticking your head in the sand and saying that fossil has to be eliminated in America and you want to get rid of it, and you're thinking it's going to clean up the global climate, it's not going to clean it up at all. If anything, it's going to make it worse. I'm not staking out a position yet, but we'll be talking with the bill's advocates in the coming days. Reasonable people, I think. If you show them the facts and you agree that these are the facts, you'll make the adjustments accordingly. And I'm hopeful I'm going to do what I can, that we remain an energy-independent country. And of course, we spend more. Inflation, which is already rising quickly. As the one reporter said a couple days ago, that if they pass this $3.5 trillion bill, the dam is going to burst on inflation. It's going to be inflation like this younger generation has never in their lifetime incurred. They don't know what it's like. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Where we leave off, a couple of the industry headlines from our friends at CDL Life. One woman dead after crashing into the back of a stopped semi in New York City early Thursday morning. About 3 o'clock in the morning, 33-year-old Avlisa Polino was speeding on the Clearview Expressway. When she hit a curb, lost control, crashed into the back of an idling tractor trailer, car exploding into flames, already deceased by the time firefighters arrived on the scene. Truck driver was not hurt. All right, let's see. She was a good woman. She held down 2 jobs. She was a house cleaner and an Uber driver, according to her husband. Her brother-in-law said she was driving fast with a little alcohol in her system. When she hit the curb, lost control. All right, cash reward being offered for information regarding the theft of a truck and trailer loaded with Kraft food products, according to police in Florida. Tuesday, the Coral Springs Police Department announcing a $10,000 reward is available for information on the theft of a truck and trailer that occurred on March the 24th. Yeah, we're in July. About 2:30 a.m., a yellow 2019 Volvo 860 sleeper truck pulling a 2017 Great Dane 53-foot trailer was stolen from the rear of the 9500 block of Westview Drive in Coral Springs. The refrigerated trailer was loaded with various Kraft products. Now, they recovered the truck on the 25th, but the trailer and its contents were never found. Police were able to obtain images of the suspect from the truck's dash cam. I guess you'd need to see the photo, but all right, March the 24th, that's, I don't know, food products, depending on what they were, unless they were non-perishable, they mostly probably expired by now anyway. And what's happening with Big Sexy this morning? Hey there.
Hey, Steve, how's it going this morning?
Morning. Doing all right.
Yeah, this is my hump day for me. Before I get on my stuff, when is Chris going to be back on?
For Chris himself, the next scheduled date's going to be the first Friday in August.
Okay. So he's just not going to do July at all in because how far are we already into it?
Yeah, I think he's gone back down to Florida right now, and he obviously didn't want to do the 4th of July weekend. I don't think I've even mentioned it on the air, but yeah, if you've been on my Facebook page in recent days, the last Friday, the reason he couldn't be here is because he's had this massive project underway. I think for several years now, this big machine that is going to be like a tire recycling device that they've had developed. It can recycle like 1,200 tires per day. And he's kind of investing in this could be a global changer for like the trash haulers and whatnot. Yeah, because there's nowhere to put these tires. And what's it called? It's the Tire Hog microwave-based tire recycling solution. So they got their first big machine delivered there. Again, I've got that. I shared that. I'm sure they've got it on the Hot Shot Secret Play page, but it's a pretty cool thing. That's why I couldn't be here last Friday. So I think he's opted just to wait till the first Friday in August.
Okay, I've been on your Facebook page. I didn't see that. I'll have to go back and take a look at that. On the Texas Democrats flying down on it. If they pass a federal deal to take over, that's going to be unconstitutional. The Constitution gives the right to run the elections to the individual state. So they've got a major problem with the little paper called the Constitution to try to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And remember the hospital in Texas that fired the people for not getting vaccinated and all that?
Yes, sir. About 150 of them, yeah.
Well, I seen over today or yesterday or something where St. Jude's in Memphis going to start requiring their people to be vaccinated.
It's probably going to be the trend.
They're getting away with it.
There's one piece of good news, at least for Ohioans, college-age students. You heard that DeWine this past day signed legislation that will forbid any of these colleges in the state to require student vaccination until the vaccines are fully FDA approved anyway. They're only authorized for emergency use right now. And he's pretty much saying, hey, you cannot force these students to take this shot that's not fully approved by the FDA. We're a bit behind. We got to get our top of the hour break. Final hour just ahead, though. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Dozens of wildfires continue to burn across the western United States as above-average temperatures and widespread drought conditions continue to fuel the blazes. The largest, the Bootleg Fire in southern Oregon, has burned through more than 212,000 acres in the Fremont-Winema National Forest. Crews have only managed to bring that blaze 5% under containment and warn that the fire could continue to burn until the fall. Red flag warnings remain in effect in eastern Washington, central Oregon, and parts of Idaho and Montana. And Ohio Governor Mike DeWine has signed a bill that would stop public universities and schools in the state from requiring students to receive the COVID vaccine. The law bans institutions from requiring people to get a vaccine that does not have a full approval from the Food and Drug Administration. The 3 COVID vaccines being administered in the U.S. were approved under an emergency use authorization from the FDA. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with 0 complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell testified before the House Financial Services Committee on Wednesday, saying that increases in inflation and the Consumer Price Index should only be temporary, while the economy recovers from the pandemic.
Inflation has increased notably and will likely remain elevated in coming months before moderating. Inflation is being temporarily boosted by base effects as the sharp pandemic-related price increases from last spring drop out of the 12-month calculation. In addition, strong demand in sectors where production bottlenecks or other supply constraints have limited production has led to especially rapid price increases for some goods and services, which should partially reverse as the effects of the bottlenecks unwind. Prices for services that were hard hit by the pandemic have also jumped in recent months as demand for these services has surged with the reopening of the economy.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Social media services in Cuba appear to continue to be blocked following large-scale protests over the weekend in the island nation. UK-based Internet Traffic Observer NetBlocks says the Cuban government has blocked access to Facebook, Instagram, Telegram, and WhatsApp after the sites were used to organize Sunday's unrest. Demonstrations of support have been held in Miami, with many officials on both sides of the political aisle calling on the White House to further support the protests and the Cuban people. Louisiana Republican Senator John Kennedy tells Fox News that President Biden should be gathering an international coalition to force changes on the island.
And I think we ought to do everything we can to support the people, the good people of Cuba. What I find disgusting is the fact that all President Biden has done is issue a press release. That's it. I don't even know if he read the thing. President Biden needs to be on the telephone. He needs to be calling the leaders of the UK, of Canada, of New Zealand, of Australia, of India, of Japan, of South Korea, of the European Union, and saying, let's issue a joint statement supporting the people of Cuba. Let's talk about additional sanctions on the Castro government. We've got the Castro government down now. The people have. Let's choke them to death. President Biden ought to be using all of the cyber skills that exist in the United States of America to keep that internet open in Cuba so the whole world can watch and the Cuban people can talk to each other and try to reinforce their actions.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So we got some numbers in regards to who all's just staying at home to sit on their ass rather than go out and get a job because they're making more sitting at home. An estimated 1.84 million Americans turned down work to stay on the Biden administration's jobless bonus payroll. About 1/3 of unemployment benefit recipients have turned down job offers during the pandemic, including 45% of those who cited the unemployment benefits as a major factor in turning down the job, and 13% who said unemployment benefits were the reason they turned down the job. All right, the 1.84 million estimate comes from, they took 13% of those who directly turned down work due to unemployment from the 14.1 million who were collecting unemployment in mid-June when the poll was taken. According to the Morning Consult chief economist, John Lear, he says looking ahead, 1.84 million is a reasonable upper bound estimate of the number of jobs that will likely be filled through the end of the year with the expiration of those federal unemployment benefits. Yeah, Republicans have a case, they have an actual case in their criticism of the extended benefits. The national average for statewide unemployment, $387. So with an additional $300 a week, people are netting $687 a week, which would equate to a $17.17 an hour wage to stay out of work. That's more than double the current federal minimum wage. even higher than the Democrats wanting to impose a $15 minimum wage. So there you go. Governors of 26 states now have opted out of the Biden bonus early, shortening the duration from 12 weeks to 5, and excluding gig workers and independent contractors. Ending the bonus is a motivator for the unemployed to get back to work. So it says not only do 35% of all unemployment recipients feel a lot of pressure to find work, those who know their bonus is expiring soon are more likely to be feeling the pressure to find work. The difference is 20 percentage points, as 45% whose benefits expired with a month feel pressure to find a job. Just 25% who still have 3 months left of unemployment say they feel like they've got pressure on them to get back on a job somewhere. So that's pretty obvious. The more time you have coming your way, free money, the less likely you have any pressure to get out there and get a job. There you go. Well, good morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. You know, there's been a lot of craziness going on today there. I saw 2 truck wrecks today. The first one was a Max Trans out of Jackson, Tennessee. He put his truck all the way up inside a Schneider trailer going down the road. See?
Wow.
So I don't know what the deal was on that one, but it was a bad little wreck there. And the second one over in Benton, Arkansas, this truck driver, he tried to make a new exit ramp from the interstate down there on I-30. He only missed the real ramp by 100 yards. If he'd just gone 100 yards up the road, he'd have been all right there. Well, here's some more bad news about Facebook. They reportedly fired 52 employees who were caught spying on Facebook users. I think they ought to just get rid of all of them myself there. And hold my beer while I do something stupid. This naked woman out there in California, she became wedged in between 2 buildings. So she had to be flat-chested because there wasn't, but it was less than 12 inches in between the 2 buildings is what the article said. So, I don't know. She didn't have enough to keep. She was upside down and totally naked in between them 2 buildings. I mean, how in the hell do you do that there? I mean, I guess. And Gillian Anderson, do you know who she is?
Yes, I do. Yes.
From the X-Files?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she has decided, Steve, she is going braless for the rest of her life. And I'm like, all right, that's my kind of woman. She said she didn't care if they hung down there to her belly button. She was tired of being uncomfortable there. I sent you an article on 740,000 cancers around the world are blamed on drinking, Steve. I don't know how they figured out all that, but that's just the way it was, I guess. That's what they said anyway. And you talk about somebody getting done dirty. Today, back in 1912, Jim Thorpe won a gold medal for his decathlon at the Olympics in Stockholm. And they done that man dirty, but they finally straightened it all out. It was a little bit late to straighten it out because he was already gone up to be with Jesus. So anyway, that's all my old baloney for today there. Have yourself a great morning. You got a great show going. Y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret, buy some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products, and we'll keep this thing going. Have a great day, Mr. Steve.
Gillian Anderson was a good-looking girl at one point in time. It's been a few years, but I'll have to maybe further investigate that. Thanks for the tip there, Knucklebuster. Yeah, what are friends for, right? Let's see. Tuesday morning, the Wyoming Department of Transportation conducted a rather dramatic test of a runaway truck arrester on Teton Pass, all caught on video. About 10 o'clock in the morning on the east side of Teton Pass is a way for officials to ensure that this, what they call this catch cable system, was working properly. The CatchNet cable truck arrestor uses a series of 8 to 10 cable nets that kind of span across a long, narrow ramp adjacent to the highway to stop runaway vehicles. It was last used in June of this year when a pickup driver lost his brakes and utilized the system. The arrestor was heavily damaged in September of 2019 when it was used by a truck hauling a load of logs, which required extensive repair. So during Tuesday's test run, DOT put professional performance driver Arnold Cormacher behind the wheel of a 58,000-pound sand truck and had him hit the arrestor at speeds of 60 miles per hour before using the arrestor. It worked. The arrestor stopped the truck. The test was considered a success. Good times, huh? All right, about 17 past the hour. Who's next up on the list here? We got somebody on the line. Who we got?
Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Hey. Yeah, you were talking about all those people, Steve, not working. That's why when I get off work, I go to the grocery store at 6:30 in the morning if I got to go to the store. You go out during the daytime, I told my wife I won't go shopping anymore during the afternoon hours. It's like nobody's got a job, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
The traffic's unbearable. The stores are crowded with people. It's just like no one's working. It's crazy. And I tried to get a hold of my cell phone carrier tonight. I was on hold for like 40 minutes. Can't find help. Like, why am I on hold 40 minutes? Can't find help. Work the third. Nobody wants to work the third shift.
Yep, exactly.
So, yeah. So, Joe, just keep giving him another 300. That'll work. You know, you were talking about that bill, Steve, that $3.5 trillion. I mean, this guy, he's bankrupting America. That's what these Democrats are doing. And then they go off in the corner, you know, all the Democrats, and they huddle together and they put together a bill. There's no debate. There's no bipartisanship. There's no voting. Steve, I remember when you could go to the Capitol and listen to the debates going on about the different laws and bills they wanted to pass. Americans had a say-so in that. Not anymore. Not in a Marxist regime. It's either executive order or it's, Democrat passed by simple majority. Steve, he's pointing out, what does our country produce, Steve, in a GDP? About $3 trillion is what we make in goods.
That sounds about correct. I mean, we're spending more than our GDP, right? And that's when you run into real problems.
Steve, I think so far, since Biden's been in office, it's up to, $12 trillion he's going to be spending? Just printing $12 trillion. We'll never pay that back. You know, they're talking about paying it back. Who's going to pay it back? Your grandkids' grandkids?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just insanity. You know, that's the whole other point about Marxism, is to bankrupt the system, attack the economic system. And that's what this Green New Deal is about. Attack the energy process. You know, Steve, we need oil and gas to survive on everything. Everything that's made depends on petroleum. I don't care what it is. Plastics, cardboard, fuel, food. You know, it's just I just don't get it. You know, but and the thing is in order to but you just take, for example, look at Venezuela. We've talked about this. 20 years ago, that was one of the richest nations on earth. Now look at it. People are hunting in the dumpsters for food. It's one of the most impoverished nations. I told one of your radio sit-ins 2 years back, you know, if these Democrats get in, this country's going to look like Venezuela in about 10 years.
Yep.
It's not going to take that long. Because he's destroying this economy, Steve. You know, Chevy Guy made a couple of comments earlier about the enemy. You know, Chevy Guy, we're sleeping with the enemy. Okay, the enemy is within. You know, Americans aren't awake yet. Some of us are awake. You know, most conservatives are awake. Some liberals are waking up. But the enemy is within us. It's dressed up as Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris, Biden, AOC, Tlaib, Omar.
Yep.
That's the enemy. That's the enemy. So it's right in our backyard. So we better pay attention, and we got to try and stop this, because it's just going to get worse. You know, Steve. You know, on the border, you were talking about the border. These people coming in, and I heard Ted Cruz say on your newscast about, what is it, Article 42, that to deport the illegals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, correct. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, you know, Steve, if this is true, what Biden has done to the border, he has violated every law, immigration law, that was put in place. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
I thought I heard that somewhere. Now, I don't understand why he is not being challenged on this through the courts on this border. I just don't get that. Because he's violating the Constitution. He's violating the law. I mean, here's the thing, Steve. Wouldn't that be grounds for impeachment if you're violating laws that you chose to defend? You know, he took an oath to defend the Constitution, you know, defend the border, defend the American citizens in every state. I would think that would be offense for impeachment.
You would certainly think.
I mean, I know if it was our former president, he would be impeached for that. I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
But, Steve, like I said before, I don't get how these Republicans are silent. I really don't. I mean, why they're not fighting this stuff tooth and nail? You know, it's time. Republicans have always been too nice. You know, always put stuff in the background and try to just be conservative and, you know, free and this and that. You know, it's time to take the gloves off. It really is. They need to start fighting. They really do. And I don't mean, you know, taking to the streets with extremism and violence. I'm talking about it, you know, in the judicial system, fighting this crap. I mean, this guy is out of control. This isn't an administration. This is a regime. I mean, he lifted the sanctions on Venezuela. He lifted sanctions on Iran. Pretty soon, Iran's going to have nukes. And you know where they're going to be pointed at, Steve? They're going to be pointed at us.
Yeah, Steve, you know, the rest of the world knew when it came down to it's going to be Biden or Trump. They knew that if they could get Biden elected, that the world would be returning to the old status quo. You know, the China would be back in the driver's seat once again, which they are. Yeah, chum with old Sleepy Joe. Iran, they knew that they'd be back at the table with the nuclear deal. Now, next thing you know, we'll be sending them another pallet of cash.
Yep. Steve, here's the thing, you know. This is why you can't have a rattlesnake as a pet, because it'll never change its ways. Once you put your hand in the cage to pet the top of his head, you know what's going to happen. So this regime, you know, they want to be nice to Iran, be nice to China, be nice to Russia. Steve, it doesn't matter. You know, they're always going to be our enemy. They're going to take advantage of that. They know we're weak. And that was the thing about Trump. You know, he didn't have to go to war against these guys. You know, it was strength that brings on the fear of strength. But these neo-Nazi and communist regimes, they don't fear us because we're weak. We have weak leadership. We have no leadership. That's the bottom line. You know, so for Chevy guy, you know, I appreciate his insight. I've been listening to him for 3 years, his comments, but it's time not to be nice anymore. You know, when he was talking about, oh yeah, we got to be nice to the Democrats every now and then. No, the Democrats are our enemy. They are our enemy, and that's the bottom line. So if you give me his address, I will send him a copy of the book, Steve. And then maybe it'll sway his mind a little bit on who really the true enemy in this country is.
Yeah.
And thanks for taking my call, buddy.
You got it. Hey, that sounded like Eagle. Haven't heard from Eagle this morning, have we? Did hear from Wheelchair Dave, though. Dave says, your show tonight's been above average. Great to hear from the Georgia Peaches. Yeah, it's great to hear all the ladies that decided to call in this morning. Longtime listeners and drivers. Whatever happened to that test driver from General Motors that used to call in? I do remember her. I can't remember her name, but anyway, also the blind man, great to hear you speaking up. The baby bear, when you're out there checking out the General. I have a great-great-great-grandfather that was involved in the raid on the Union side. He was Private William Blank. Anyway, keep up the great radio. And oh, by the way, Steve, I heard that radio people over the years and years of wearing headsets, that many of them have suffered hearing loss. Are you still 100% okay? To that, Wheelchair Dave, I'd say probably not no, but hell no. Constantly, asking the wife, what? What just, I can't hear you, what? And I've had people that would follow me in the studio. And when you finish up the show, you unplug your headphones. We all have our own private headphones. I've had other people come in behind me to plug the headset in with them on their head, and they're like, good God, you about blew my eardrums out. So I think the volume's up a little louder than the average Joe. Undoubtedly, yes, because I've been wearing headphones, pretty much since I was 15 years old. Yep. There you go. Well, about a minute before news update time, but good to hear from you, Wheelchair Dave. Our number, 844-844-3388. Let's see, real quick, before we get the break, we got James sends me an email, a couple of questions. Whatever happened to the Matt Getz scandal story? That's good question, James. It disappeared just about as quickly as it showed up on the scene. I don't know whatever came of that. All right, number 2, I have the Android app, and every night at like 2.5 hours into the show, it kicks off. I have to go in and hit play again. I'm not complaining, but I'm just asking. Do you know what causes that? But I don't know for certain. James, if I had to wager a guess, I think it would have something to do with the settings in your phone. Because early on, when we first got on the app platform, there were a number of drivers having to go in and make some adjustments to their settings. Maybe somebody can refresh my memory. And number 3, Manchin will cave like he always does, just like he wasn't going to vote for SB1. Yeah, would have had it. Had it not been stopped by the Republicans. Yeah, you may be right on that. Manchin, he always plays that big front, but then kind of caves in the end. And we return. Again, it's 844-844-3388. News break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
COVID cases are up in 47 states week over week, according to new data from Johns Hopkins University. The increase is coming as the highly transmissible Delta variant of the virus now accounts for nearly 60% of all cases in the country. Health officials say that the worst of the outbreaks are coming from areas that have low rates of vaccination. The CDC says that 48% of all Americans are fully vaccinated against the virus, while 55.7% have received at least one dose. And former President George W. Bush says the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan puts the women and girls of the country in danger. Speaking with German broadcaster DW News, the former president predicted the consequences would be unbelievably bad and expressed concern for the safety of the Afghans who worked as translators and support staff for U.S. forces. The White House announced Wednesday that they were starting a program to get as many of those people out of the country before the pullout of American and NATO troops is complete. This is USA Radio News.
Attention businesses of all sizes affected by COVID-19. The federal government has introduced the Employee Retention Credit. It's a new relief program that allows you to collect up to $14,000 per employee. If your business was forced to close due to COVID-19, or you lost 20% or more of your sales, you may qualify for free financial relief. There's no limit to the amount you can file for, and you don't have to pay the money back. Call the ERC program experts today. They'll explain to you how much you qualify for and how fast the funds can be in your business bank account. To find out if you qualify for the ERC program, call the IPG Law Group right now for details. There's no upfront cost to you, and you could receive up to $14,000 per employee. Call right now for details. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. That's 800-932-5197.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours, rolling into a Thursday morning, 15th day of July coming on here. How about that? See, a couple of days ago, I got the email. It's Monday morning, I think it was, from Vic. Steve, I forwarded an article to you from Forbes regarding a Morgan Stanley analysis of how coal-dependent utilities were making a mistake by not switching to green energy. Hopefully you received it by itself, because every time I added comments, it disappeared. The short story is this: without government, the profitability of the switch to green energy is questionable. To wit, regulators will approve rate increases for new green energy construction, but not capital improvements on depreciated coal plants. Tax incentives or subsidies will be received by the utility companies for installing green energy infrastructure. And the ESG crowd of investors will drive up stock prices because of possible emissions, carbon credits. Considering AEP plans to pay for this by selling Kentucky Power at fire sale prices and take a huge write-down on their taxes, it's hard for me to see where this is going to provide any long-term benefits. Now, since the Democrats want Joe Manchin on board, the subsidies will be quite generous. But in financial analysis, that's a cost, not a benefit, as treated in the article. At some point, carbon credits have to use blockchain analysis, which would account for all carbon used to create the end product. Green energy uses a lot of carbon in mining for copper to be used in electricity production. Copper mining also releases arsenic into the atmosphere and the water. Carbon, on the other hand, has contributed to the longevity of Earth via the carbon cycle and goes on daily in several natural events. So what happens when the green energy infrastructure is depreciated? The tax subsidies stop and carbon credits become less valuable. Do you know the answer to your question?
Yeah. Hello, Steve.
Yeah, Vic, I'm talking to you. Do you know the answer to your question?
Okay. No. Well, I know what the answer will be in today's atmosphere. Another government boondoggle of some sort. I just don't know what the boondoggle will be. But the thing that did you get the article first from the?
I don't think I did. I don't believe I did.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, it was all over the various websites that I look at, and it was written up in Fortune. So if you can either get a hard copy of Fortune or the electronic copy, it's probably in there. But obviously, Morgan Stanley was on board because they have this. What they call it, the carbon credit exchange they're trying to promote. And that means more brokerage business for them. And so they're trying to promote that and act like it's a great thing to do. But as I pointed out, the carbon cycle has been around for, ever since Earth began. And just like, I'll give you one example right now. They're fussing about carbon dioxide. I don't know how many people are aware of this, but most of your clouds, that's what they are. They're carbon dioxide, and they that's what carries your rain, your moisture, as it goes over the sea
because a lot of the oceans give up carbon dioxide, and then that causes it to pick up moisture, and you're into weather. So, the whole weather cycle thing, that's just one example. I mean, I don't know where all these so-called climatologists have gotten their education. They're kind of like Fauci and his medical education. I guess my learning is pretty much worthless because it doesn't line up with their thoughts on what has to keep the climate going. But by and large, the big thing about the infrastructure bill is they're throwing all this socialist stuff in with it that has absolutely nothing to do with building actual infrastructure, so to speak.
Yep.
And that was the other thing I was going to mention was my phone kind of cut out. I don't know. I think it was Philip that called up about the condo collapse down there and talking about the cost of it and all that. All HOAs and condominiums are supposed to have public liability insurance. I don't know about the state of Florida, but I'm pretty sure every state has that in their HOA and condominium laws. Now, how much they carried, who knows? And then the individuals that they also carry their own insurance on their condominium or apartment or their house property and everything, basically because of the mortgagers. And if somebody's in like an HOA or a condominium, if they'll look at their mortgage, it'll probably have either an HOA or a condo rider on it that says they're supposed to provide the public liability insurance policy to the mortgager when requested. I live in an HOA and I've been requesting mine for 10 years and still haven't seen it because they've added more stuff to it. But anyway, anyhow, so whether they had one down there, I don't know. And then the other thing too is we were talking about socialism in Cuba and, well, actually communism. In the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, we agreed not to invade Cuba or try to overthrow them. So I don't know. I guess that's still in effect. But by and large, Bernie Sanders come out and said, we're responsible for the unrest in Cuba because we've had the embargo and the sanctions on Cuba. And to me, again, that's his reasoning because he wants to blame America for everything.
I mean, that's a bass backwards logic, right? Because the problem is communism has forced them to be in the position they're in. They wouldn't have sanctions and all that stuff facing them if they weren't a communist dictatorship regime.
Well, Steve, not only that, think about this. That's a tiny island nation. They can do business. Canada does business with them, all the former communist countries. And you're saying that those people cannot do business with anybody else and keep that island nation afloat simply because America refuses to do business with them. Now, if it was a gigantic economy, I believe that, but a tiny island nation that can do business with the rest of the world, I mean, that really shouldn't even be having any effect. The reason it's having effect is, like you said, it is because of their policies. And so you were talking about the Democrats wanting the out. Well, that's their out. It's like America's to blame because we have sanctions. And the inference of that is if America would just give up on their sanctions and embargoes, then they wouldn't have all the trouble in Cuba, which, like you said, that's backwards thinking. And you had a caller that was talking about why we didn't go after Biden. Remember, if the Republicans go after Biden and get rid of him, look what's waiting in the wings. And so I imagine that the Republicans right now, since the Senate is in the shape that it's, it's a split Senate, and basically with Harris as the vice president, then they can push a lot of things through with a simple majority. So I would imagine that the Republicans are playing a waiting game right now, just hoping that they can keep Biden in office and see what happens to the 2022 election. But by and large, the one I did want to make a comment about that public liability insurance. because a lot of people don't realize that's in effect. And one other thing I was going to mention was last night I was talking about the Job Partnership Training Act and how that, paid trucking companies to train more drivers with their driver schools and all that. That was in answer to Carter's, CETA, Comprehensive Education and Training Act. And that's where they paid everybody a minimum wage to go to school. And the government decided pretty much what they could go to school for. And when Carter was in office, I had some friends and acquaintances in the Lakota Sioux out in North Dakota and South Dakota. And like one of them said one time, because one of them applied for a grant to start a beef butchering business, and they were going to tan the hides, and it was all put together. The Bureau of Indian Affairs turned them down. And like he said, they want to train every Indian to be either a barber or mechanic. And he says, Indians wear long hair, and when a car wears out, they just junk it and go get another one. So
so there you go. Okay, that's pretty typical big government, though, isn't it? They think they know all the answers. How many Indians do you know that have get regular haircuts? Okay. All right, Vic, hey, thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you. Email from Sean. I said, Steve, I think there's a big problem with bribing people to take this vaccine. When have we ever done lotteries to entice people into getting vaccinated? Yeah, my only question is all this talk about being part of the solution in pushing a vaccine that does not prevent you from getting or prevent you from spreading COVID. Then why? I think you've got a valid question there, Sean. I said back in the 1940s, a man from Germany thought he had the final solution. His final solution was to exterminate 11 million Jews. He only made it to 6. I pray history doesn't repeat itself, but where does it stop? Anyway, great show. Always listen and have a good morning. Thank you very much, Sean. Good to have you with us. Got to get a quick time out here. We return in 2 and come back with our final segment on a Thursday morning. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, looking here, will COVID be the end of cash? You know, forever and ever, cash has been king. But an increasing number of people have ditched cash in favor of cards and contactless digital payment. This drive to a cashless society has been in progress for quite some time, but the COVID pandemic has been used as a pretext to accelerate the process. With infectious disease at the top of everybody's mind, bills and coins suddenly seemed especially filthy. Even though they have not been linked to a disease transmission, electronic payment was clean, convenient, fast. What's at stake if society truly goes cashless? The answer, he says, is your privacy and your freedom. The World Economic Forum's been vocal about this agenda of moving away from cash to a digital currency, including in the U.S. for years. But the last year, the pandemic led to a drastic acceleration. Germany, for example, where people had famously been reluctant to embrace payment by card or app, the number of people paying by card increased by 26% since the start of the pandemic. Cash is still widely used there, and it's even the only currency accepted in many markets and bakeries. But that's not the case in Denmark, Norway, Sweden, for example. Cash has practically become a thing of the past. You won't find ATMs very often, and if you go to a convenience store, you're probably going to be told you have to pay by card. In Sweden, your cash likely will be no good at a bakery. Shop employees say, well, that's a good thing. One young bakery clerk said it's safer to not have any cash in the store because it cuts down on robberies. Already in Sweden, most banks no longer give out cash because it's too much of a hassle. Payment using cell phone apps there is booming. You can transfer money from one cell phone to another as easily and quickly as you can send a text message. Oh boy, but what happens? Because we know these phones and everything that is hackable. You really trust keeping your money in your phone app, in your digital wallet? Hell, we now know even the likes of Bitcoin, these untraceable digital wallets can be traced. The FBI showed that very clearly when they intercepted the payment from the Colonial Pipeline hackers. Boy, much more to the story, but the one thing you got to remember is with cash, you can make purchases and no one knows what you bought or where you bought it or when you bought it. With a cashless society, every move you make, you leave a digital footprint, a financial data trail. Every time you pay by card or mobile app, they can watch what you're buying, when you're buying. We know credit card companies pass their data on. Meanwhile, they can observe everyone in real time via all the digital media that they use to create large-scale profiles. It's almost become normal to have 30, 40,000 pieces of data on an individual. And with this high-resolution history, They know what you do. They know the route you take, what you buy, what you pay for, where you go on vacation, and how much you pay. They know it all. Kind of scary. You know how much alcohol you drink or how much you spend on vacation can all be tracked and sold to the highest bidder. That's true. Yeah, they know if you're smoking a pack a day or if you're purchasing 2 packs a day. They know if you're drinking a beer a day or whether you're buying 12 beers a day. Something to think about. Knucklebuster, yes.
Oh, that's scary, Steve. 666. I ain't worried about all that, maybe. Yeah, we're getting one step closer to it. Hey, is Mama Sommers still down there in the land of the hillbillies, rednecks?
Yeah, we actually got to hear from the Georgia Peaches this morning. They were all out at the swimming pool down at Wanda's there in Dalton, Georgia, and her sister called in to say hi.
Oh, well, you better call down there and wake her up and tell her to look under the bed there, because I just read a story about a woman in Augusta found 18 snakes underneath her bed there, so I'd be real careful about putting my feet on the floor in the dark, right?
Oh, boy.
It was a mama snake and 17 babies. She said, I thought it was a piece of lint on the floor until it moved, and then... Yeah, boy, if I'd have found that in my house, them women would have been going crazy. So, anyway, that's all of my baloney. Wind this thing up, kick it on to the house. Let's buy some Hot Shot Secrets and see Sommers Overnight Drive product, and we'll call it a day.
All right. Hey, thank you so much for checking in. There you go. What do we got? We only got about a minute left. Real quick, like Gilligan, hey.
Good morning, Steve. I only got a few seconds. I want to touch on something real quick. You was talking earlier about the Cuban deal. If anybody has any question on what kind of pressure those people have been going through, talk to somebody that's lived there. I happened to meet a man that immigrated here in the late 50s, just before Castro took over. And he said it was unbelievable what his family that he left behind. It was years and times where he ever heard from. You know, a lot of them come up missing and everything. Nothing's changed in Cuba. It's the same old thing. Well, I'll let you go, and thanks for the show.
Hey, all right. So you get to be your final call here on a Thursday morning. Come on back at the midnight hour tonight. Looky. We'll be talking about a Friday morning coming on, getting set for the weekend. Maybe talk a little bit about some racing action. Again, the racing action at the Villa there in Knoxville, I think it was, that's been canceled. We'll give you all the details, though. See you back here tonight. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. dreams, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but